And we're saying we're going to do this together. Because if we align our efforts, municipalities, federal government, private sector, the community housing sector, we can deliver housing at a scale that Canadians desperately need. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome someone who has been a long champion on housing, innovative housing. First as the Mayor of Vancouver, and now as Canada's Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, Minister Gregor Robertson. Let's welcome him.
Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Thank you, Mayor Chow.
You get a 12 out of 10 for enthusiasm, for sure, which is exactly what we need in this topic, because many have been working long and hard. There's quite a few people standing in the back. I'd like to just give you a moment to come up to the front. There's some reserved seats in the front here. You're welcome to take some of those seats that are for speakers coming later today. And there's also some seats on the side of the room over here. So don't be shy. Come on up and grab a seat as we get started. And I should also say on the housekeeping front that we have an expo, as some of you have seen already, in the lobby. And we're going to have a lunch break that's about an hour long around noon, where you'll have lots of time to speak with people and sponsors at the expo. We also have a reception at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We know that as much as the talking heads are a part of what we're doing here today, all of you talking to one another is a critical part of what's happening today. So we've tried to build in lots of time for that. And in keeping with that, at 10:15, when we complete our chat here, both Mayor Chow and Minister Robertson are going to be hanging around so that you can have a chat, as many of you as possible, can have an opportunity to have a chat with them, to follow up on some of the themes we're talking about today, or just to bend their ear on anything you need to bend their ear on. So it's my great pleasure, Minister Robertson, to have you here today. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You'll see this is a very enthusiastic crowd, right? Right? I want you to know, because this isn't always the case, you are among friends. You are among friends here. You are in a room with people who want to see you succeed, who want to see the country succeed, and if there's ever a group of people who are passionate about ensuring that every Canadian has access to a home that they can afford through every stage of their life, this is the room. These are the people. So I'm hoping that today in our conversation, you feel that you can speak freely, and that we can also kind of like dig into some of the things that we need to solve in order to make the aspirations of everyone in this room and the aspirations of your government a reality. So we've titled this session, Unlocking Public Land for Public Good. And maybe that's a really good spot to start, although I didn't do any kind of warm-up. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you. It's nice to be in Toronto and with all of you. I mean, I love my colleagues in the House of Commons too, most of them. But it's really nice to be out and about around the country and on the ground and connected to builders. That's the main thing. That's my remit. That's what I'm focused on. And so being in Ottawa is obviously very important, and I've got work to do there, but it feels a lot more tangible when I'm here with you and pushing things along, making things happen. Go forward on housing. That's the main thing.
Fantastic. And is it what you expected?
Roughly, yeah. Yeah, I had a pretty good sense of what I was getting myself into. Although I definitely bring a mayor's perspective more, and it's a long way. Sitting in the House of Commons in lengthy digressions of debate is a long way from making stuff happen on the streets of a city in Canada. So it's an adjustment. But it's good. It's good. There's so much potential. Really love my team. I'm very lucky to work with a great team, and lots of great colleagues on the government caucus side. The biggest women's government caucus in history in Canada, which has a lot of firepower, which is great too.
Woohoo.
Yeah.
So that did demand a round of applause, by the way. It did.
And thank you for electing a fantastic array of Toronto MPs, by the way. If you're a Toronto, I'm thinking people from all over, but especially the Toronto folks, thank you for folks that represent this city do so very well in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. We'll talk a little bit in a minute about Build Canada Homes and how Build Canada Homes fits into the picture in relation to the topic of this event, which is building modular and factory-built housing. But I thought maybe it would be a good spot to start a little bit more broadly and the vision around public land and the role that public land can play in taking an industry. The irony is, and there's many people in this room who've been actually at this for decades, modular housing, factory-built components have been around for decades in this country. And we have some amazing factories that have just really begun to scale. And one of the challenges that we know is site readiness. And being ready on the approval side, the CMHC side. Could you talk a little bit about the vision for public lands to drive the whole supply chain and how we can maybe get beyond, the tinkering at the margins to a real tipping point of scale as a result of the public land strategy specifically?
Sure. I think both you and Mayor Chow spoke to this, to the scale of the opportunity with public lands. And I think to everyone else around the world, when they see the size of Canada and the number of people who we are, who live in our country, they can't imagine why there's a challenge with land, availability of land. And obviously the federal government, all levels of government, almost all the land in Canada is effectively public land, and a good chunk of that is controlled within federal government. So it's a huge opportunity for us. That was seen at the genesis of Build Canada Homes as a critical piece of the puzzle to bring Canada Lands Company, who basically control the federal land that's available for repurposing or disposal, which is a terrible word for anything to do with land. But there's a history there of Canada Lands and all of the departments of the federal government being very slow, deliberate, methodical in terms of changing the use with public land. And we're at a point where we have a housing crisis that's gone on for decades. Really since, as Mayor Chow said, since the 90s, when the federal government basically got out of the business of affordable housing and pushing the pace with that. And we saw a real mixed bag of provinces and cities, for the most part, getting out of that or downing tools. So we're behind the 8 ball on housing, on affordable housing. We know that. We're millions of homes behind right now. We have to. So the pure metrics coming out of the fantastic research that CMHC does is we're a couple million homes behind that we need to build. We need to scale up construction. Effectively, we need to double construction over the next 10 years, and the sooner the better. And that ties into the opportunity for off-site construction, modular, factory built. But the land base that's available for that, it's not a straight up opportunity in terms of timeline. And so we've got a challenge with the pace that the federal government has historically made land available for housing, repurposing and housing. We have to speed that up. Canada Lands Co. is now part of Build Canada Homes effectively. We'll be moving that through the legislative process. But we're working together as one big team. Paul Haluka leading the Housing Infrastructure and Communities Department, Canada Lands Co., the CMHC team, and Canada Infrastructure Bank, which we can come back to that later on the infrastructure side. But that piece does tie directly to site ready. So we have lots of land. We need to access all of the land that's in cities that has housing enabling infrastructure first and foremost. Anything that is the low-hanging fruit that has the water, the wastewater, the stormwater systems, the power, ideally the transit. The more land that we have available that has that infrastructure at the ready, we have to move on that land as urgently as possible. We have lots of other land, but then it's that additional investment. CIB is making a lot of those investments. We announced Downsview last week. We announced, Mayor Chow and I, and our teams, and that unlocking 60,000 homes on the Downsview lands by investing in the infrastructure, in the sewer infrastructure. It wasn't a glamorous, well, it was a glamorous announcement.
It's important.
But that's a 10-foot diameter sewer pipe, if you need a visual on it. But we need that for the 60,000 homes that can be built in the middle of the GTA, that land that's been sitting there a long time. Hippodrome in Montreal, 20,000 homes that we announced the infrastructure investment in a month ago. So in Vancouver, we have Central Waterfront. Again, there's infrastructure right there on the waterfront of Vancouver, and it's been sitting there. And these places have had other uses, very underutilized, but getting to highest and best use and affordable housing, because we're leveraging public land. But moving fast is what I'm most focused on right now. So identifying that land that needs the least infrastructure investment, we can get going on it as quickly as possible, and then moving on the big chunks that we get the infrastructure going, get the transit, get those components ready, and be ready to build in the coming years. So we set the table for all who come next who can build fast.
So let me pick up on a few themes from that. And I will say that at 1 o'clock today, we have a panel with the Deputy Minister, Paul Halucha. We also have former Mayor of Victoria, Lisa Helps, who is now leading BC Builds. So she's leading the portfolio of building in BC. And then we also have Mayor Chow. We have Hugh Clark on that panel, who is leading the development team, the public builder model, which is evolving at the City of Toronto. And then Vic Gupta from Create.to, who has, you're right, it's a terrible name, disposed or lands, but he's leading the land portfolio. And then Sean Baird from TCHC, and TCHC is one of the largest landholders in the city, and they have a tremendous number of sites that are available for infill, to your point. These are sites in urban locations. They're an existing tower in the park typology. You can easily infill with, a modular 6-story or 8-story building. So that panel's at 1 o'clock today. So we'll pick up on some of the themes that you've talked about, because that group is really very much about executing on public lands. Only because you raised the low-hanging fruit piece, I want to just pick up on something that wasn't really in our questions, but is in fact very close to your heart. And that is, we're often talking about building really fast, and I think we're starting to talk more about quality and design and complete communities. It's not just about plopping down housing anywhere and creating all kinds of other problems. You are aware that there was a task force that was led by the Clean Energy Fund last year that came out with a report. Full disclosure, I sat on the task force with some other folks in the room here. I think I saw Richard Joy in the room. Richard was also on the task force. And one of the key recommendations in that report was that where we build matters. It's not just about building really fast, that where we build matters. And it seems to me that the thread you're drawing on here is, hey, we've got places with existing infrastructure, all those parking lots that Joni Mitchell sang about, that we want to turn into housing. we don't hear that messaging very often. And it's something that does make me nervous about someone who cares about neighborhoods and communities and sustainability. I also care about affordable housing and building fast. But we don't talk that often right now about the fact that where we build really matters to creating a sustainable future, but it's also linked into the building fast piece. I'm wondering if you can just speak for a little bit about the sustainability part of this and how the sustainability piece and building modular or factory-built components and cross-laminated timber, how they fit into a sustainability agenda, which the government has gone a little bit quiet on, but I don't think anyone cares about any less.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't say, don't mistake the quietness for any change. In fact, I'm being housing and infrastructure minister right now, and communities is part of our department. We need to take it to the next level on sustainability, and this is the implementation part of it. We've made lots of commitments as a country. We haven't met those commitments historically for decades now. We see the impact, that we see our country on fire every summer now and smoke in all of our cities. We have to act, and that climate action happens first and foremost. The biggest impact is buildings and transportation. Those are the two components, which is effectively our communities, how we build our communities, how we build our homes. So I think there's a huge opportunity with going to off-site and factory built to really scale up and deepen the sustainability elements. I saw this in my work in the industry after I was mayor. I thought the frustrations around that not finding the best solutions for combining affordability and sustainability. We have to combine those, and we have to build faster. So that nexus of speed, sustainability, and affordability are essential right now. We have to achieve those at the same time. On the sustainability, you can. Thank you for clapping. It's like, I didn't deliver it as an applause line. Apologies. I'm not always a politician.
You need the big pause.
Yeah. So, but I think we got. So, just speaking to the criteria with Build Canada Homes, and as we see proposals coming in, we have an investment policy that's pretty much there. An investment committee that's going to see these proposals come in. The ones that go to the top right away are going to be addressing affordability, scale, sustainability, and speed. So those are the big four. The sustainability piece, we have, and as part of sustainability, Canadian materials. And the good news is that Canadian materials, Canadian wood is the best way to decarbonize, to bring down embodied carbon in the materials. Canadian steel is lower carbon than pretty much anybody else's steel because of investments over the past decade in decarbonizing our steel mills with electric arc furnaces. We need to use Canadian materials as much as humanly possible. We have not focused on this as a country. For some reason, Buy Canada has not been a priority for us. And in this time when we now have our neighbors to the south hitting us with tariffs, and particularly hammering the softwood industry, softwood lumber, steel and aluminum, which are huge components of our economy, we got to work from within. We got to invest in ourselves, just like many other countries do. We got to Buy Canada. So Build Canada Homes has got Buy Canada at the center of it, but that's sustainability by definition, because we can create more sustainable materials, and building them, using them locally, obviously is a win-win. So that's going to be a critical component of this. And I think to your point on infill, and it's the same thing. It's like, keep this all as local as we possibly can. Local Canadian. In the case of our materials, we want to be focused on delivering that.
Honestly, I think we could do a whole day on the question of the pipeline of materials and how you do that and how you develop. It takes a long time to develop a pipeline of materials, but I know from our experience in our company that the minute, the tariff announcements were made, we were on the cusp of signing a tender document for $10 million worth of windows that were coming from the US, and we had to pause with our construction team and say, hold on a minute, do we have a risk here? Are there other manufacturers of windows? But I will tell you, we struggled to find anyone in the Canadian context. We found lots of folks in Western Europe who could provide those windows on the timeline that we needed, but not in the Canadian context. So sometimes not having had a robust industry in some areas makes it really difficult. Let's buy Canadian, but are there competitive companies, that are there Canadian companies that can scale?
Exactly. And
so
that lag time is tricky. Like right now, with mass timber, we need more products, windows, mass timber components with Canadian wood.
Yes.
We need to scale up all the supply chain industries and companies at the same time.
So there's that's like this whole other area of due diligence.
That's next week.
That I think is required. That's a whole other conference, but it's an absolutely critical one. I want to shift a little bit to talk about how we finance modular housing specifically. And we've talked a bit about land and the role that public land is going to play. So let's say that the federal government becomes a superstar through Build Canada Homes and just makes all of this land available on a dime. And any developer who wanted to show up and build modular on that land tomorrow could. They would hit their second problem, which is how they finance that development. And both in terms of some of the processes at CMHC that can sometimes be challenging, and some of which just need to align with a very different way of building, which modular is, because so much is, by definition, produced in the factory and produced off-site, and the timing of your construction loan is tied to production on-site.
Right.
So I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about some of how you're thinking through that, some of the investment strategies as well. Mayor Chow talked about really a remarkable pipeline in the Toronto context right now. But I think if you scratched away on the surface a little bit, you would see that a lot of that pipeline somehow connects back to either the Affordable Housing Fund, the Housing Innovation Fund, or the Housing Accelerator Fund, which are all federal programs that are enabling that housing to be built in this market. So if you could touch on those two ideas, the way the financing instruments are structured, and then also the role that you envision really over the next 5 years for the federal government to actually scale and get this industry to a tipping point.
Just throw that one on at the end.
Yeah, just a few.
Scale the industry. Well, on the finance side, I'll start with that. I think we've had a big bump up in terms of the affordable housing that is being built right now with the Affordable Housing Fund, with the apartment construction loan program that integrates some affordable housing as well, more on the market side of things. But Affordable Housing Fund, Housing Accelerator, Rapid Housing Initiative, we're seeing results of that right now as those programs scale. Some of them took time as part of the National Housing Strategy to ramp up.
Could I pause you for a second?
Yes.
How many people here in the room, throw up your hand if you're familiar with the apartment loan construction program? So I would say maybe about a third of the room. Do you mind just explaining a bit more how that program works? Because it's a really critical part.
I'll explain it.
I'll explain it because we're using it.
Yeah.
But the apartment loan construction program is an evolution of the RCFI, the Rental Construction Financing Program or incentive, whereby if you meet a set of criteria that are really based on public policy objectives from the federal government, such as having it's a significant amount of accessible units, the Rick Hansen guidelines, a significant amount of affordable housing. You actually get points based on your how you meet the public objective criteria, and based on the number of points that you get, it has an impact on your interest rate in your loan, which is a really big deal because, of course, getting that construction financing is one of the really big problems that developers have. The minute interest rates, and I've been shocked as my finance team, some of whom are here today, Jacob and Andrew know, just a little calibration in interest rates, and I'll walk in on a Monday and we need we need a $150 million loan, and on Wednesday we need 190, and I'm like, wait, we need 30 million more in equity from Monday to Wednesday, and it's because there was a little bump in the interest rates on large projects. So when you're talking about scaling, this program is having a profound effect, and I think it's oversubscribed right now, but it's having a profound effect. Every rental project being built in the city of Toronto, I know. I think in Calgary people are using MLI Select more. But in Toronto, it's the ACLP. So those programs, without those programs, no one's getting any panels, no one's building any modular housing without those programs. They're like foundational.
Right. Yeah, and I think that we've seen really good uptake and success, and a number of those funds, like the Affordable Housing Fund, that money is all being distributed. We've got a top-up now so we can get some more of the projects that were right at the finish line with CMHC. They can follow through on getting those funded and getting that affordable housing built. But Build Canada Homes is now coming on the next phase of financing projects, but adding more flexibility, adding more of an investment type approach. So rather than this being a program like ACLP or the Affordable Housing Fund that CMHC has overseen, this is more about bring in your proposals, they move through the investment committee, they get recommended, they get financed. And the financing, in the case of Build Canada Homes, we will have the flexibility to finance at the front end. So with factory-built housing, that can be financed at the factory when it needs to be financed. The challenges that CMHC has had, by definition or by nature, financing has come later in the process, which is still essential, but it makes it hard when you're in that process of development. A lot of projects can't wait, basically, so they don't have the financing to go through, and certainly not with modular or off-site components. Those can't be financed at the front end. So that's held back the modular industry from being able to contribute, and developers from accessing all the great building products that are made off-site. So I think we'll have more flexibility, we'll have more speed through this process. Build Canada Homes will be able to take more risk than CMHC. CMHC is quite constrained by definition with risk. So, and we need CMHC to continue doing their fantastic work with the apartment construction loan program, with MLI Select. That's more on the market side. The focus for Build Canada Homes is on the non-market side and as affordable as possible. We have not built enough affordable housing in Canada. We're at maybe 4% on a good day. European countries are at 12, 15, some closer to 20% is non-market housing. So that's the decades of not delivering it. It's too big of a gap. So Build Canada Homes will really focus on that, on the non-market side, but it'll help leverage into the market and the projects that combine market and non-market. So we can get the best of both worlds. And that's to the overall goal of doubling construction. We just, as you said, 40% of that needs to be non-market now to make up the ground that we've lost over the decades.
So one of the models I've always loved, I've talked about it a lot, is in many Western European countries, in a city like Amsterdam, they have a model that is a third, a third, a third. So a third of the housing is market housing. A third of the housing is affordable, which means it's just below market. It's at like 80% of AMR. And then a third of the housing is deeply affordable, what we would call social housing or rent geared to income. So we, in our company, kind of hold that always as an aspiration to get to that 30% of the RGI, or the deeply affordable, mixed within a development. But you can't do that without these programs that we've been talking about that are so foundational. So if I'm hearing you right, there maybe should have been a little gasp in the room at this moment. So I'm just going to reiterate it, and you can all gasp for the second time, which is, I think what I heard you say is that, and I think the number was something like $13 billion. Is that, I heard the $13 billion.
There was a 13.
Yeah, you hear numbers like that.
That's the first.
That's the first tranche. So you tend to remember that. So one of the critical roles that Build Canada Homes is going to play in relation to accelerating the modular and factory-built industry is assisting with that upfront structure in the financing to bridge that delta and the gap that is something that, you know, we acknowledge is tricky by definition, as you've said, tricky for CMHC, but Build Canada Homes can implement an approach very quickly that is a way of actually getting the money out the door for those modular projects, recognizing that so much is built off-site.
Yeah,
Now you applaud.
Yeah,
now you applaud.
Yeah, and I would say on this, thank you to many of you who were part of the market sounding that we did. We did a market sounding survey in August. Lots of you contributed. I know that we had over 600 contributions in a couple weeks, which was fantastic. And the nature of Build Canada Homes is we're going to keep flexible. We're going to keep iterating. We have $13 billion of initial capitalization if we get the budget through in the next few weeks. So
call your MP.
Call your, well, in particular, call your Conservative or Bloc or NDP MP, because the Liberal team will be supporting the budget that comes on November 4th, but we need more support. We're a minority government, which is a little, is a reality check. 13 billion initial capitalization. The ideas that came from all of you on the market sounding were fantastic, and we're integrating and iterating to make sure we design this right from the get-go. That piece around what we heard, not only through market sounding, but also dozens and dozens of roundtables. You said don't go out and do roundtables, but we couldn't resist. We did lots of roundtables, but we did them very quickly. Just kind of a sprint consultation to just make sure we were getting the best ideas we could. And what we heard a lot from the industry side, the offsite and modular industry, was we need demand. We need order book. That, first and foremost, we need steady, reliable orders, so we can bring on a second shift, so we can firm up our supply chain and the work that we do. And so that's, we're looking at that. Most of that capital is going to go into financing projects that are going to procure from all these companies across the country that can make all the housing components. So that's and we're looking at designing an instrument for helping finance the actual manufacturing industry to scale up. Maybe a bit on the research side to commercialize the best research. So we have that developing, but also on the helping the industry scale up and access capital. But I think from my background too in the industry, there's capital out there. There's lots of private capital, and we want to see with the 13 billion, we want to be leveraging our banks, our pension funds, our investor base here in Canada to invest in this industry, invest in the companies that are manufacturing, invest in the affordable housing projects that we need to build. We need to leverage all of the capital. If it's just taxpayer dollars here, we're not going to get there. So that's a critical piece of this as well, is accessing capital across the board.
Fantastic. Well, I'll also say, because all of us in this room, presumably most of us, other than the Americans, I know we have some Americans with us today, and you're very welcome. The rest of us are the taxpayers, and what we need to see in this moment is that it gets us to the tipping point, that it scales, and this becomes a viable industry. I think that's another critical part of this, is that it has to be investing in the right things. So we've heard you loud and clear on the budget, and that the budget, at this moment, it's an aspiration, but hopefully very soon it will be passed and we'll be moving forward. Aside from the budget, what other risks do you see with this approach? What risks do you see with going all in? I think there was some shock across the country when the Prime Minister as a candidate stood up and started talking about modular and factory built as a fundamental part of how we modernize housing. I think people were like, wait, what? Wasn't this something on the edges that we just did for transitional housing? You mean we're going to build all our housing this way? What do you see as maybe some of the blowback that you might be getting, that you hear in your role, or risks that you hear from the types of people in this room about the approach that you're proposing right now?
That's a good question. As an entrepreneur at heart, you know, risk is something that's there and needs to be managed, but you have to keep your eyes on the prize and that confidence that we are going to do this together. We have all the ingredients. The risk is really around the coordination and the timing. I would say the timing piece, going back to the land, like it has typically taken the federal government 10 years to repurpose land and put it to better, highest and best use. And we need to, you know, we have a post office site in Burnaby, BC that the mayor says on that single-story post office we could have 1,000 homes on one piece of federal land. And so we're working on that. You know, we're very conscious of the opportunities with different departments, Canada Post being one, D&D, Department of Defense, Ag Canada. There's land, federal land, but it's still upstream in the departments. It's not in Canada land. So time, there's risk around how long this takes to mobilize. I'd say there's some risk around provincial, territorial, city partners. Like if we don't have a Team Canada approach with this, and I think we've all been maybe equally surprised with the Prime Minister's success with all the premiers. Like who would have ever thought all the premiers would come together and be on the same team? That's never happened in Canadian history, as far as we know. And so, but we need that applied to housing now, and that's not just federal and provincial, it's city and indigenous governments. We all got to be on the same page with this, and we've got to empower our nonprofits on the operating side. We've got to empower our private sector. So the risk around not having enough of the partners lined up on some of these key elements, and maybe one just to flag, because you flagged it with transitional supportive housing. We've earmarked $1 billion for transitional supportive housing, and this is something, you know, we've got Dunn House here in Toronto that's is now that's on people's radar.
Yeah.
Where you know, and we did 600 of these. We called them temporary modular homes in Vancouver. Mukhtar worked on this at the City of Vancouver. We did 600 in 1 year. We went out to tender, and this is, you know, a piece of what we're going to do next in terms of going out to industry with an RFQ or a request for qualifications, like vetting, figuring out who our qualified suppliers are. We need to do that basically in the weeks ahead. This winter we got to get out, figure out who's ready to build. With that $1 billion, we can do thousands and thousands of transitional supportive homes. We got to find the land. There's risk with, okay, where is the land that we can help people who are homeless or in shelters at risk of homelessness, get them into supportive housing. That's modular, that we can build before next winter, like 12 months. We need to deploy $1 billion in 12 months to get these modular homes built, placed. And the biggest risk on that one, I would say, is getting the provinces to support the health and wraparound services. We had that support in BC. It took until my last year in office before they went, yes, we'll fund that, we'll invest. And we did 600 in 1 year. We need to do thousands in 1 year right now across Canada, but we need the provinces to step up and do the wraparound services. And we need the sites to do that are available. So that's, you know, in one one end of our continuum. And, you know, elements of those risks are pervasive throughout, but I would say overall we've got what it takes. We've just got to pull together.
Well, I know there's people in this room that can build those homes for you, and I know that I know that the mayor knows sites, and I know that the mayor of Calgary knows sites, and the mayor of Vancouver knows sites. It feels to me like the biggest risk is probably around the wraparound services and getting the provinces to play ball. That feels to me like a really big part of the risk, but that shouldn't stop us. To your point of getting the funding in the last year, we still have to proceed. We can't give up on the aspiration. I'm glad that you talked about supportive housing, because the extent to which we need supportive housing is acute. We have this phenomenal example now in Parkdale. That is really an example of a pilot that should be replicated, where the wraparound services are transitioning people out of homelessness into stability in a profound way. And I will just say, on a personal note, for us as a company, we just recently built, we have a development that we just completed, and we partnered with Habitat for Humanity. And last week, my colleague Alex Mather and I were at an event welcoming the families, and it was so deeply moving to talk to these families who talked about how their entire lives had changed as a result of having access to stable housing, that they had job stability, that their health was better, that their social community and network was stronger. It was incredibly moving. I wish every person in this room could have been there. But I think we are starting to see those examples of people's lives transformed through access to stable housing. So I'm glad that there's such an emphasis on it. I have to say, where can the people in this room find the RFQ? Where will they find people in this room who want to respond to the RFQ?
Yeah.
Where will it be posted? Build Canada Homes website?
Yeah, Build Canada Homes website.
Okay.
You can grill Paul on this later on his panel, I'm sure. But yeah, RFQ is going to be critical. I think we're going to need to do more of this, like hosting an industry day in the near term. I think we've got a lot of work to coordinate here together, and we need to know who's ready to rumble. We need to know who's building what components, and I think more broadly the industry. I'm hearing the buzz around lots of developers reaching out to companies who do manufacturing, which is fantastic. And so look for that in this fall into winter, this next month or so. We've got to really step up on this front. And the good news is Anna Bailau is our CEO now at Build Canada Homes. Probably lots of you know Anna.
We do.
We're thrilled to have her leading, and a great team building around her, and always looking for more fantastic people to join the team. That's going to be part of the solution too, is putting together a really strong team to work with everybody.
So it sounds like, again, for the people in this room, really the next 4 weeks to 6 months, there's going to be a flurry of activity around RFQs and sites being released. And people should be paying attention to that in order to get on a pre-qual list, which will then lead to a very quick and short process, I'm assuming. That's the aspiration.
That's the aspiration.
Because I do think, for a lot of people who've been in this industry for a lot of years, the RFQs and the RFPs, they're absolutely soul-sucking, and the processes,
Yeah.
they are, and I say it all the time, we don't respond to those things, we don't do that, it takes up too much time, it's too much heartbreak when you found out that there was some little nuance that you could have easily changed, but it disqualified you or whatever. So I think there's a lot of people who've signed off and who've said, you know what, you made this too hard. Like, we're actually doing a good thing for the country and providing supportive housing, but you're making us respond to a 100-page RFP, and anyone who's building supportive housing just doesn't have the margins to have a team to do that kind of thing. So anyway, that's my little bandwagon thing about making it really easy.
Yeah.
Like you want people to do it, make it easy for people to come to the table. And I think, and we'll hear a bit from Paul Halucha today maybe, it'll be interesting to hear about his experience, because I was so thrilled when Paul became the deputy minister, because he comes from economic development and he led the pandemic response at the federal level and knows all about saying, oh yeah, those procurement rules, that's not going to work. We need all of this, you know, these masks tomorrow. So we're going to have to procure in a different way from how we procured in the past. That comes with risks. We don't want to understate that, but I think the pendulum has to swing a bit more towards seeing builders and industry as being collaborators who deliver on a public good, because that's, you know, that's sort of what they are. We have just a couple of minutes to wrap up. I want to ask you about, maybe go full circle a little bit and ask you about success and what success looks like and what your hopes and dreams are in this role, your hopes and dreams for Build Canada Homes, your hopes and dreams for modular and factory-built housing. Let's just say that all of your new friends in the room here show up to play ball, are ready to rumble, as you say. My kids would kill me if I said something like that, ready to rumble, but you're getting away with it today. Everybody's ready to rumble. What has happened 5 years from now? What does the universe look like in this country from a housing perspective if all your dreams come true?
Wow. In 5 years? Well,
or 2 or 1.
Yeah.
You can choose the timeline.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about action and seeing the action on the ground. We know it takes years to get through the cycle, but 5 years, we could see a lot of results. Like if we do great work in the next 6 months, 5 years is going to be a transformation in terms of scale, and tens of thousands of affordable homes built across Canada, and not just the homes, but community around them. I think that piece, you know, well designed, well built for generations to come, integrated and designed as communities, a really critical element of this. I think we can see a real transformation in terms of bringing down the number of people who are homeless, make significant improvement on that in 5 years, and people who've been on waiting lists forever and really challenged with getting housing. So I think we're, you know, you described that, the transformation with Habitat for Humanity and supportive housing projects, and that's at the most acute end of you know, human suffering, basically, in our communities, that we need to tackle and we need to solve. But there's lots of people really struggling right now, and a lot of them are hidden. We may know them, we might see them on the street, but we need to build housing for them. We need to make sure that there's this ripple effect through the continuum of housing, so there is housing available for seniors in every community to stay in the community that they've built effectively in their lives. They can stay in appropriate housing, and our kids can afford to live in our cities. And you know, these are big impacts that we need to make, but in 5 years, with tens of billions of dollars invested and the brightest minds in terms of making and building homes, I think we can get a long way down that path to delivering. It's really about delivering as fast as we possibly can for the generations to come, but helping people really in our communities right now who desperately need that help. So it's not only the 5 year, but it's 5 months from now. We got to see action.
Fantastic. Maybe we should all just go and do this. Thank you very much, Minister Robertson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
As I promised, you are going to get a break right now and an opportunity to say hello to Mayor Chow and to Minister Robertson. When we come back, we have a panel that is focusing on moving from policy to pilot, and you're going to hear about some real-world projects and project delivery and some of the critical success factors that we need to scale in order to deliver modular and factory-built housing nationally. So enjoy the break. I'll be calling everyone in promptly back at 10:30. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mic check, mic check. Really? Check, check, check.
Hi, everyone. If you can get back to your seats, we're going to get started again. We've got a very exciting panel coming up. We're going to be talking about moving from policy to pilot projects. And we'll follow a little bit later today with moving from pilot projects to mainstream. If you could grab your seat, we will get started momentarily. Grab your seat and we will get started. Okay, welcome back. There's lots of networking happening here today. That was the goal, people meeting people. Was everyone talking about their teams they're going to put together for the minister's RFQs? I think we got a pretty good answer from the minister. One thing we know for sure is that everyone should be allocating some time over the course of the next 4 to 6 weeks to 4 months to be getting your qualifications in. And I'm very happy to say that the minister said he appreciated the comment about it not being an overwrought process. Because we all know it's the overwrought process that does us in. And the goal is to get housing built. So if there's people who want to build it, just get out of the way and let them build the housing. We have a wonderful panel for you today. We're running a couple of minutes behind. I would like to welcome all of the chit-chatters in the back, the people who are rumbling, to come and sit down or to talk very quietly. Those are your two options. Talk very quietly or come sit down. Part of what we wanted to do in this panel today, we were kind of at 10,000 feet with the minister. What we wanted today in this panel, and we will go back up again. We'll do that at 1 o'clock. We'll go back up. We're going to be talking at a variety of different scales today. But what we wanted to do in this panel is speak to people and hear from people who are in the trenches, figuring out how to get it done. And there's a few different perspectives you're going to hear from. I'm not going to introduce the entire panel. I believe our moderator will and our panelists will. But I would like to introduce you to our moderator, Carolina, who's just waving at you over there in the red jacket. And yes, a round of applause for Carolina. With Collective Marquee. And Carolina leads our development team, and I think if I was to give you a number of housing units under her carriage today, you would be shocked that she has time to be here on this stage. But she does, and we're very thrilled to have her leading this session. And Carolina, take it away, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. Off to a good start? Excellent. Thanks so much, Jennifer. Hi, everyone. I'm Carolina Gabriel. As Jen just mentioned, we work together at Collective Marquee. I am on the development team. It is my first time moderating today, so thanks for your patience. I will, I think I saw Aaron Cameron somewhere here earlier, so I will channel the prepared moderator and take us away. Our format today is pretty unique. We're going to introduce everyone. There's going to be a couple presentations by the panelists. And because we have such unique perspectives here, we want to end the panel today with a Q&A session. So please keep that in mind as our speakers are going through, because I think there's a chance to have a really interesting discussion right towards the end. So without further ado, to my left, I'd like to introduce Dina Grinnell, EVP of Canada Lands Corporation, Alexandra Lombropoulos, Urban Planner from Infrastructure Institute, and at the end is Alex Mather. He's my boss, VP of Development at Collective Marquee. Great. Do you want to kick us off?
Sure.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. As mentioned, I'm Dina Grinnell, the Executive Vice President of Real Estate with Canada Lands Company, and I'm going to start. We've been asked to brief you for about 5 minutes. I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about Canada Lands Company and our work with Build Canada Homes. We are a federal commercial crown corporation. We are tasked with repurposing former federal lands. We play a critical role in helping to address the housing crisis. Just last year, we enabled more than 4,000 homes, 35% of which were affordable. Our portfolio is growing. As the minister said, everything does move slowly. I think we see a ton of alignment and agility around moving things forward faster. We're there for that. We've got a portfolio right now that accommodates about 50,000 homes, and we expect that to grow. Here in Toronto, one of our largest developments is the Downsview Lands. It's a transformation of a former military base into a transit-oriented, employment-rich, complete community. We have more than 100 hectares there, and we've got about 22,000 homes in the pipeline planned for Downsview. Arbo, the neighborhood that's moving forward now, is the second of 5 neighborhoods planned around Downsview Park. I just wanted to reflect a bit on the goal of this session overall. It's very much aligned with our goal to modernize Canada's housing industry. What can we do as a partner and a land provider? That's what we are laser focused on right now, how to enhance project viability using modular and prefab, drive down costs, and deliver more housing that's more affordable for Canadians. We see, as mentioned, so much alignment. Let's have a look at our portfolio. So Canada Lands Company is headquartered in Toronto, although we do have a portfolio that spans across the country from British Columbia to Newfoundland. We work in 7 provinces and we work in 11 different real estate markets. The diversity of our local markets is both a challenge and an opportunity. We have to work with a variety of geographies, of climates, and of jurisdictions with very different economic foundations. Our lands are often within the urban centers. Historically, they were usually in the suburbs or far-flung, but the cities have grown up around the lands by the time the federal government deems them surplus. Why is our diversity interesting? I think we see the similar kind of diversity in the modular and prefab sector, and we understand that we've got to work with this sector where they're at, where we're at, and we're really interested in understanding that so we can move forward together. Just wanting to take a look at cross-sectoral collaboration. I don't think that we can say it enough. All hands on deck, and we realize we're but one actor in an ecosystem that needs to work together. We contribute to government's commitments and priorities in both how we manage our land and also how we manage our business. Our key priorities right now are housing, affordable housing, climate resilience, and indigenous engagement. As you very well recognize, enabling affordable housing requires the participation of all orders of government and usually community housing sector and not-for-profit sector as well. We typically offer our land at a discount and work with proponents who are bringing other funding and financing tools into the stack in order to realize housing. We are looking at Build Canada Homes in a tremendously new light. This is a very different opportunity for us to do a direct build program and deliver on that affordability ourselves, 60% market, 40% affordable, laser focused on both acceleration and innovation. And I was asked today to talk about CLC's partnerships with First Nations communities. We do have the great honor to work with Indigenous partners. We've got 7 active agreements right now with 13 First Nations across the country. What I can say is those agreements vary tremendously, both by the land opportunity that's in front of us and by the capacity and interests of the nations who we're working with. And they vary from joint ventureships to participation agreements, to sometimes shoulder-to-shoulder neighbor agreements where we do joint planning and servicing together. The key areas of emphasis in those relationships are around amplifying cultural knowledge and expression in our projects, addressing land stewardship and environmental matters together, providing employment and training opportunities, and also very specifically looking at ensuring our procurement opportunities speak to the nation's businesses and they have an opportunity to compete. And we also have co-investment and commercial participation opportunities. And I'll just point to the image on the top right. Minister Robertson mentioned the very rapid housing initiative that the City of Vancouver deployed. That is one of those temporary modular housing projects, 100 units for Indigenous housing that was delivered in about 4 months on one of our sites that we facilitated with City of Vancouver and BC Housing. That was a tremendous initiative and very successful in my view. And the bottom right, that is a ribbon cutting for one of the properties that's recently opened. That was a partnership between CLC, CMHC, and HomeEd, or the Edmonton Community Housing Organization. And we've got another opening in Currie, which is Calgary, on November 4th. Let's talk a bit about the Build Canada Homes direct build model. Last month, the Prime Minister announced the creation of Build Canada Homes, a new federal agency, as you know, that will finance and build affordable housing at scale and look to catalyze the housing sector. Our role is right now in focusing on delivery of 6 Build Canada Homes direct build projects, or 6 Build Canada Homes projects, and about 4,000 homes in that portfolio. We have prioritized here in Toronto Parcel 3A, which is part of our first phase of the Arbo neighborhood at Downsview, and it will deliver about 540 units. And we were thrilled last week when we saw that relationship between infrastructure and the announcements in the City of Toronto bringing that major infrastructure forward. It will help unlock our homes, the 22,000 at Downsview. We do have some capacity now, so these homes can move forward before we get a 10-foot sewer built. But it was really an important announcement and really more an important alignment. We are looking to prioritize modern methods of construction, and as I mentioned, 40% of the units will be below market. An RFQ was issued last week. I want to make sure everybody in the room knows about it if they haven't yet. It's on Canada Buys, and if you go to Canada Buys tendering and then Google or put in Arbo in the keywords, it'll come right up. We are doing a request for qualifications process for design build teams at this time. We'll move into an RFP process in early 2026. There are a couple of milestones in the RFQ, which is why I want to signal it. If you're interested, register. There's an information session tomorrow. It's not mandatory, and it will be posted online if you were interested and you missed it, but it's really important timing. There's 5 other projects that were announced in the Build Canada Homes initiative, and they are shown on the screen. Shannon Park in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, Pointe de Longueuil, gorgeous waterfront site in Longueuil, Quebec, 1495 Heron in Ottawa, that has a heritage component. Nawiadina, that's a partnership with Treaty 1 First Nation in Winnipeg, and the Village of Griesba in Edmonton. We will be looking at affordability, scalability, speed, sustainability, and Canadian materials as we evaluate those, both the qualifications and ultimately the proposals. So we asked to reflect a bit on scaling up, and I'm sure that we'll talk more about this. We're looking at accelerating and scaling the delivery of much-needed housing on our projects in the near term. These first 4,000 units, we hope, are the beginning. We've got several more in the pipeline ready to go. We think that modern methods of construction are integral to evolving the Canadian building sector. And our design build process is there to invite that innovation at the front end. We did not want to do a design bid build where we were prescribing an outcome and then having to refit it in order to seek modular methods. So that we want you guys at the table at the front end. I think in order to accelerate, we know that we need capacity and availability. I hear you that you need to know your pipeline. We also need to know that we're going to be able to deliver those homes and that they're going to fit from low density to high density at the levels of affordability that we need to achieve in our projects. I think that everybody needs to get a little more comfortable with standardization in this sector. I think we've all tried to really make our mark in fantastic architecture. What I've seen is the combination of the technological innovation that's happening in modular and prefab right now is delivering architectural sophistication. And we need to make sure that the communities know that and that they're ready for standardized inside, excellent outside, and keep the projects moving forward. So we're excited to work with you. We really hope that you are paying attention to our RFQ processes. I know that we have what it takes to move this industry forward, and we're really excited to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tina.
Thank you.
Alexandra?
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to share not only the great work that we're doing here at the Infrastructure Institute at the School of Cities at the University of Toronto, but also the insights from my own research with Dr. Jason Spicer out of the City University of New York, and from my experiences collaborating with communities across Toronto and across Canada. And it seems from all these different conversations I've had the pleasure of listening to is that collaboration really sets the tone for today's theme. When it comes to infrastructure built using modular or otherwise, maximizing community impact requires both foresight and collaboration. Every project should exist within an ecosystem that aligns its goals with community needs, transforming each investment into an opportunity to strengthen local economies, workforce systems, and overall community well-being. And one of the clearest ways to make that happen is through social procurement. So the topic of what I'll be chatting about today. And social procurement is really using the way that we build and the way that we buy to strengthen communities, not just infrastructure. At the Infrastructure Institute, this really sits at the heart of our Groundwork initiative. And this is a suite of programming that helps organizations grow their projects, so their social purpose real estate projects, or SPRE for short, but they're SPRE projects from concept to implementation. For us, social purpose real estate means property that is owned or operated by mission-driven organizations to deliver community benefit. Our latest program, the SPRE National Accelerator, builds on 4 successful Ontario-based cohorts. And this year, we've actually launched our first national edition, bringing together 30 organizations from across Canada for 6 months for free learning, networking, and professional support. Our curriculum walks nonprofits, charities, community land trusts, co-ops, and others through the development process from start to finish. And yes, we will have a session devoted to modular development. We'll also have one focused on procurement and supplier diversity, which really brings all of these themes full circle. So social procurement provides an opportunity to accelerate building inclusive local economies as much as building strong infrastructure. Social procurement is one of the most powerful but underused tools that we have across government, across industry, and across community and private sectors to build more resilient communities and help to close some of those wealth gaps that are widening across cities in North America. So picture this. Research shows that annually, the City of Toronto awards an average of $1.8 billion worth of goods and services. And that just diverting 2% of these expenditures to local small businesses and community development efforts could inject almost $230 million into local communities. Similar multiplier effects can be seen when spending across diverse-owned businesses directly. And this can be women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, social enterprises, and a number of different formats. And that's because typically diverse-owned enterprises actually hire other diverse employees and other groups. And this results in more jobs and opportunities for those from equity-deserving communities. And so hindering the growth of these different diverse-owned enterprises is also stunting economic growth broadly, as they represent one of the fastest growing ownership in what they call the small business universe. However, for many, simply finding and engaging these diverse suppliers and other social enterprises, and then helping them to actually scale, breeds a lot of different challenges. Barriers include limited resources, networks, relationships, and access to opportunities that continue to stunt their growth. So tools like social procurement policies, community benefits frameworks, and agreements that enable workforce development, supplier diversity, apprenticeship programs, and more can really help to level the playing field, empowering both enterprises, emerging talent, and working professionals. It helps to drive innovation and strengthen local economies, and also advance equitable development. Ultimately, social procurement can be leveraged to accelerate both homes and communities. That's because tools like social procurement are more than about purchasing. It's really about how we build. And that's really the core question of today's summit, which is how are we building the homes and the infrastructure that people desperately need? But this is also an urgent reminder to extend that same spirit of innovation and collaboration to the question of not just how we build it, but who we build with and who are we building for? And the answer to that is simple, and it's been said multiple times today. It's people and it's communities. And when we plan not just for the end user, so people in the house, but the end area and the neighborhood and communities that support them, especially the communities that will be shaped by the different projects that these new developments will support, we can start to mitigate the patterns of displacement, of gentrification, and other sorts of harm that too often accompany uncoordinated new development. Because one house does not make a place that's livable. The housing crisis that we're speaking of is deeply connected to so many others. There's congestion, mental health, loneliness, food insecurity, climate change, and a number of different things, many of which are actually hindered or supported by how we plan our built environment, which is tied to where investments are made and the policies enabling that decision making. So ultimately, answering the who as carefully as the how is what distinguishes between infrastructure from building homes and neighborhoods and places where people actually want to stay, belong, grow, and actually reinvest in. So in terms of implementing this, one key takeaway for all of us is really tackling systemic issues requires an ecosystem response. It's not about just one policy or one project. It takes collaboration and an ecosystem to support it. The first requirement in that is, like I said, collaboration, but also planning and policy. This is really the mechanism. It's about refining how private and public sectors, industries, anchor institutions, governments, and community groups coordinate. We need alignment across systems so that housing, infrastructure, and community outcomes are working towards the same goal at the same time. The second requirement is capacity building. This is the foundation, whereby we need to be equipping people and organizations to participate fully in these processes. It's not just about new technology, it's about investing in education, networks, relationships, training, and entrepreneurship to grow strong and diverse workforce and industry leaders. The third is around, again, communities. This is a principle. It's about centering those most affected by these different changes as partners and as experts. Communities are not just stakeholders. They're co-creators and often leaders in a lot of these different topics. So bringing them in early actually builds trust and ensures projects truly reflect local needs. And last but not least, we need integrated systems thinking. This is the mindset that we need to approach all of this with. It's about recognizing how infrastructure, land use, and policy decisions connect. When we see the whole system, we can make smarter investments that can create lasting public benefit. So together, these four elements, collaboration, capacity, communities, and systems thinking, are what turn isolated projects into real progress, and that's how we move from pilots to policy, and from policy to impact. So now is the time to really think about these issues not in isolation, but together. The way that we are in this room today, across different disciplines, divisions, governments, regions even, because our cities and regions are ultimately for the people and communities who host and sustain them. Through the Infrastructure Institute, we've had the honor of working with more than 40 organizations, and now more across Canada, who are all pioneers in leading social change, but also leading change around affordable housing in particular. And they're eager to collaborate, and they remind us that learning in partnership is a two-way street that requires us meeting these communities halfway. If we want to build lasting impact, we must build infrastructure with social purpose from start to finish. So very quickly, in the spirit of collaboration, I really want to thank a lot of the people and organizations and municipalities that have formed a lot of the things that I said today. And I hope that next time many of them can be here and share some of their own stories about advancing community benefits and social procurement and all this great stuff. And my last tidbit to folks is that if you're looking to actionalize on any of these or deepen some of your learnings, then connecting with organizations like these, grassroots groups, entrepreneurship groups, community associations, community benefits networks in your area, or their counterparts, is a really good place to start. So, thank you.
Alex.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'll just take a few minutes now to take the group through some of the work that we're doing at Collective Marquee, which Jennifer mentioned earlier in her session with both the mayor and the minister, specifically delivering factory-built modular housing. So across the company, we are delivering 9 prefabricated mass timber projects right now, in the thick of it, learning the hard lessons. So I'll take you through a few of those. I'll talk a little bit about those hard lessons that we've learned, and give some suggestions for paths forward. The first 5 of those 9 projects we are delivering in partnership with CMHC, thanks to the man sitting in front of me who oversees the Innovation Fund. These projects wouldn't be happening without the Innovation Fund. It's been a lot of work to get them off the ground, and it takes a village. There's many project partners here who are touching these, and I think it's emblematic of exactly how much work it takes to get these together. So of these projects that we're working with CMHC on, the 5 of them are each prefab, mass timber modular on main streets in the city of Toronto. Each of them is purpose-built rental and has 10% affordable housing, built slab on grade, so no parking, so very quick to construct and in line with the sustainability and affordability benefits that the minister and the mayor were speaking about with Jennifer. So this is the first one that will go to ground. Most likely it's on Danforth. I can actually see it directly out the window behind this room. I'll lead a tour later. And I think one of the things that is worth saying on this slide is that we're working with local Toronto architects on these projects, Batei Shorba, who are wonderful leaders in Missing Middle. We're working with KPMB architects on some other ones, which I'll show you in a minute. But a commitment to design excellence is one of the things that we feel is very important in this portfolio, to make sure that we're helping to break down some of the stigmas that, unfortunately, to Jennifer's point this morning, still continue to exist around prefab or modular housing. People think of modular sometimes and they think of impermanence. They think of temporary solutions, or they think of slapdash. And to Dina's point, we're, thanks to firms like KPMB and Batei Shorba, we're trying to break down those barriers and show that these buildings should be beautiful regardless of their construction methodology. Our ambition for these is that someone walks past these buildings and says, oh, those are beautiful buildings, I'd love to live there. Aren't the people who live in those buildings lucky to live there? Not, oh, those are beautiful buildings for modular buildings. So that's part of our focus on this project. This is a shot of the interior courtyard on the Danforth project, so this will be just reserved for the building residents. It's an interesting design approach in Toronto. This is the kind of thing that you see more in Western Europe. The courtyard block that you hear a lot about in the news these days is something we're trying to do on a project by project basis. The second project here of the 5, and I'll just show 2 of these from the portfolio, is at Christie and DuPont. Sort of similar design approach. Again, we're able to adapt the built form here where we're delivering an internal courtyard that also winds up netting out a really interesting internal condition in the building where you've got through units rather than these deep, long bowling alley units that many of the buildings behind us, especially in the mid-rise portfolio in Toronto, are characterized by. So here, if you're living in one of these buildings, you've got dual aspect units, which means you can cross-ventilate your unit. You've got light coming on both sides, and they're laid out really, really nicely. I know our collaborators, KPMB Architects, who incidentally have their office or their studio 3 floors below this, 2 floors below this building. I see Bruno there, this room, I see Bruno there. We're delivering the first phase of our Tyndale Green project. It's a 1,500 unit master planned community, 2 new public parks, extensive series of ravine restoration components as well. And the first phase, you can see, is outlined in the sort of middle left there. Those 4 buildings we're also delivering as prefabricated mass timber, modular construction. These each have 30% affordable housing in partnership with the City of Toronto. And that is a rendering of the northerly of the 2 public parks. So this is between phase 1 and phase 2. So the building you see on the left there is the prefab building. So again, KPMB Architects are leaders in this space. They're doing a lot of work at Downsview, funnily enough, delivering really, really nice buildings there as well. So with that, I'll hand over to Carolina in just a minute, but I said I'd talk about lessons learned, and I see Dennis Braun of the City of Toronto here. Dennis is leading an interesting group at the city. He's a little shy sometimes, but he's best in the business. So the city has a group called the Priority Development Review Stream, PDRS. And that group is dedicated to breaking down some of the barriers in regulation and process and the entitlements in the design phase that are emblematic of a system that still defaults to assuming that the construction methodology that's building these buildings is cast in place concrete. So typically, the process that the city, most cities still make you go through for the approvals on an 8-story building is the same process and has all the same requirements as the one that they make you go through for a 58-story building. So PDRS, among other things, is trying to break down those barriers and move at the speed of the private sector, move at the speed of the housing crisis that runs rampant. And I think on Danforth, Dennis may have set his new record. We were 96 days from submission to approval. He's shrugging because he's modest, but I think that's, the mayor was up here this morning talking about how much they've improved the speed of the entitlements process, and that team is a perfect example of actually delivering on that. The last thing I'll touch on before handing over to Carolina is also in partnership with CMHC, we ran a solutions lab earlier this year, which brings together private sector, public sector, not-for-profit partners to break down some of the barriers in housing delivery. In this case, it was breaking down the barriers to the delivery of modular housing on publicly owned land. So we had Creatio, TCHC, the School of Cities, and of course CMHC as partners in that lab. And I think that's a really good example of how these organizations are trying to think differently and trying to put their money where their mouths are, as it were, in moving at the speed of the crisis. And so that was very encouraging for us as both builders and conveners to see. And on those 9 projects, we ourselves are reaping the benefits of that spirit of collaboration. So I'll end on a positive note.
Thank you, Alex. The reason I'm smiling a little bit is one of the benefits of working on the same team is that your minds are melding, so you answer the question before it gets asked. But in all honesty, up here on the stage, we've got 3 such diverse voices, right? We've got the national, federal landowner, a think tank, and a private developer. And so I think I'll start with a question that was alluded to earlier this morning by Jen, which is, modular has been around for a long time. It's not a new concept. We had Sears with housing kits 100 years ago, and coming out of World War II, we had the Wartime Housing Limited, and yet it still seems to be a fringe way of delivering modular specific housing. So why do you think that is, and what do you think needs to change, or maybe to reframe, since it was answered a little bit already from Alex's point of view, what opportunities does this new policy offer that can make this become mainstream? And I think I'll start with Dina.
Great. Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think back to the catalogs. I remember seeing those and several of the houses that resulted from that. And there's still Panaboat houses. I'm sure several of you remember those. those were times when you could actually buy a house for twice your annual income and put it up yourself. We can't do that anymore. I think we've really increased the requirements around regulation, some of it from a health and safety point of view, sure, quality point of view, but also I think we've overblown it in terms of what is available or what the regulatory frameworks really need to be and what we're trying to address in housing. So I think that today the reality is that modular has kind of stayed niche in part because for one, we've got an amazing sector understanding stick build and concrete. Everything is geared towards delivering that. We understand those business systems and finance systems, and it's really going to take us a lot of time. And we've talked about a lot of those things here today. I'm excited for the change. I think that we've really focused on what has to change now for the first time. So I feel that it's going to change, and I think it has to. And I think we have to continue to talk about the revolution in tech that's driving this now. And what it's giving us is engineered quality, precision, reliability, efficiency that we probably really need the customer to understand when it comes to buying modular. Because before it always felt like the niche choice. Now it's, why isn't that the best choice? You're going to get the best car out of your car value, so to speak. When you go buy a car, you look for quality. Well, I think you want to look for precision, and prefab and modular are offering that. So I think we see a change, but I think that it is ingrained in our industry that things are done a different way, and it's going to take some time to change that.
Yeah, maybe I can pick up on that, on the private sector piece. I mean, home building is a very capital-intensive industry, and private capital tends to view it as a very risky industry. And so, you know, when you combine a risk aversion with a capital-intensive industry and with a market that up until the last, 2 or 3 years was just going like gangbusters. I mean, the number of cranes behind us is obviously an emblem of that. When you put those factors together, the private sector just wasn't really incentivized to ask the question, can we do this better? Can we do this faster? Can we do this on a more standardized basis? Because there was no real incentive to do it. But now, when you look at the housing market and the state of it today, we underwrite properties today that don't pencil with free land, and that's a sea change of the industry in the last 15 years. And so I think now with the slowdown, the home building sector has had to be a little introspective and say, how can we do this smarter? How can we do this faster? And what needs to happen from an industrial standpoint in order to be able to deliver that? So I think it's starting to get there, but it's going to take some pilot projects and some proof positives for the private sector to see a community at Downsview or one of our projects hopefully delivered on time, on budget, and leased up well to really take off. But I think it's great that we have multiple levels of government now and not-for-profit organizations and public sector organizations coming together and saying, we'll be the first.
I agree.
Alexandra?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, there's a bit of a running joke amongst some planners where when you think about Toronto or other sort of like, let's say like fields in this particular sector, is that we're always happy to be, we don't want to be the first, we're happy to be the 101st. We want to see if other people do it first and how it works there and learn from their lessons. And it ties into that like a risk aversion that you were speaking to and other people have mentioned before. They're like, we don't want to be the ones to really like stick our foot into it we want to see how other people are doing it first. So ultimately, I think that's probably part of the hang-up that we've had in this particular, in trying to get this technology to move forward. But it also like plays into how we're, from a procurement perspective, it plays into that being a lot more reactive when it comes to addressing these different problems than being proactive. I think the exciting part of this new program is that it seems to be trying to be proactive. Like when I'm going through the list of some of the promises that are being made or goals that are being made, one of them is tied to procurement as well. And that's a good signal to folks, knowing that like projects are coming. There's going to be a coordinated effort around it. How do I fit into this ecosystem? Who can I start working with? How do I start positioning myself in order to like capitalize on these different projects and get ready to meet the demand that's coming? one of the favorite things that I've done or seen in my like scan of different like municipalities and their social procurement frameworks is that municipalities like the city of Chicago, Milwaukee, I think Pittsburgh, they have what are called buying plans. And this is sort of a similar kind of like framework where they're like, this is what we're going to be doing for the year or the next few years, get ready. So that other businesses can know, like, let's start making partnerships, let's start hiring, let's start training people and get ready so that when, you know, in 2027, 2026, 2030, I guess, they're ready to meet that demand and continue to accelerate these projects forward other than, you know, working backwards and trying to play catch up. I think sometimes in a lot of these situations, you know, when it comes to RFPs or projects, you know, you're asking for the moon, you're asking for trees, but you didn't plant the seed in order to make sure that everything was ready leading up to it. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I like where you're going there with your answer, Alexandra, and I'm going to come back to you in a moment. But just before we do, just one last question, maybe for Alex. You mentioned earlier the shout out to Dennis and the City of Toronto and our project on the Danforth. And so much of the discussion today is future oriented. If this happens, if X happens, then Y can happen. But do you have a maybe example of one or two things that has already gone well in our experience with the city or any other project, maybe outside Toronto?
I mean, because I'm a little bit of a nerd, where my mind goes when I hear you say that is to garbage trucks. So for those of you who've ever tried to get a mid-rise building developed in Toronto, you'll know that at some point in the process, you've gotten to the point in your design or entitlements process where someone has said, you need a Type G loading dock. And a Type G loading dock is the only way that the city has to collect garbage on a site that has more than 60 units because of the amount of garbage that that type of building produces. And the only thing driving that requirement is the size of the garbage truck that Toronto's fleet services has. The problem is that if you've seen it, it's a big truck. And so if you've tried to do this before, you've probably come to the point in the process with the city where someone in the review team has said, we'd like you to put a Type G in there, to which we say, you're going to lose 6 units of housing, to which they say, we don't have any other sized garbage truck. And so that's a really good example of where the regulations just aren't fit for the scale of this type of building. We're not building 48-story towers out of modular. Maybe they are in Singapore, but we're not in Toronto right now. And so the modularity and a sort of missing middle scale of building right now go hand in hand. So on that Danforth project, we were the first to go above 65 units, I think, and have the city relax its Type G requirement. So that's a perfect, very nitty-gritty example, but there's 15 of them on that project alone, where when the rubber hits the road, it's great to be at 30,000 square feet. It's really important to have that discussion too, but ultimately, it comes down to implementation, and you're fighting about the size of a garbage truck. But the city on that one granted an exception. Obviously, other developers saw that exception as well, took note, asked us how we did that, and we said Dennis and his team. But there's 15 other things on that 65-unit project alone that are good examples of that.
Yeah, and we can just imagine I'm sure from Canada Lands Corporation's perspective, right? You've got such a large scope, and yet the delivery of housing often can come down to these minuscule sort of silos or unique problems in every region. But going back to our forward-looking, because I would like to come back to Alexandra, how can housing programs support the diversity of industry players from small to large across jurisdictions?
I mean, not to be redundant, for sure, social procurement. That's a good way of going about that. Those community benefits agreements and frameworks. And so actually backtracking a bit, the funny part about, we're talking about Downsview as one of the major sites for this new funding and coordination. But Downsview is actually, if you look at the map, the City of Toronto is really great when it comes to data and showcasing the different demographics of our city. And Downsview is a neighborhood improvement area. And for context, neighborhood improvement areas or areas, communities of across our city that have been designated for new investment and supports, recognizing that these are areas that have been underinvested for many years. These are areas that are mainly composed of low-income folks, and are actually some of the most diverse areas in our city. So you have this interesting, interplay of folks in this particular region. So there's Downsview there, which is a huge site. I've been there up and down in that section. But right above it is another neighborhood improvement area. You have Jane and Finch. You have Black Creek. You have to the left a little bit, I'm sorry, I'm picturing it in my brain, so if you're not from Toronto, apologies. But you have Rexdale. You have Mount Dennis that are other neighborhood improvement areas as well that have been advocating and working and asking for and organizing for these different benefits, have been part of the catalyst for making these sites prepare to have them be prepared to welcome such investment and other opportunities. And the benefit, the good thing about that is that there's already plans sort of in place. I think there's always a concern when it comes to like, how are we going to find the diverse suppliers? What does the community want? And there's always a bit of like hesitancy around it. And I get it because it is scary to kind of go into these new places, and people have been feeling harmed or ignored or neglected, and rightfully so. But the benefit is that with working with the city, working with community organizations, you'll find that there are community development plans, there are social development plans, there are community action plans where people are actually saying, we want jobs like this. We've also recognized that there's a deficiency here. We want to work with you for this. So there's already opportunities to tap into that and use these new developments and new investments as a way to redirect, not just redirect, but to align both these community goals around how they can support our mission of affordable housing and other initiatives, but also how we can partner together to scale it and grow it and build that capacity so that we don't necessarily need to have more neighborhood improvement areas. Ideally, we're all in a prosperous place.
Right. Thank you. Dina, I see you're nodding your head as Alexandra's speaking. So once again, I'd like to move it from, this would be great in the future to have. Perhaps you can tell us a little bit about what's currently happening.
Great. Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, we've talked about Downsview, and we certainly understand that we're at the nexus of a lot of different demographics in that site, and it is a massive opportunity. So the community engagement process was incredibly diverse, and we celebrated that, and we've been working. It's going to be a complete community. That's one of the ways how do we acknowledge the diversity of the community we're working in? That's tremendously local, as you can imagine. And we do a lot of work, both with community organizations and with the municipality, to understand those goals and drivers in our complete community plans process. On the building side, we also are going to be targeting our procurements where necessary. So as we look to engage with the builder, the GC, we do have Indigenous engagement relationships established in some where we're going to be more deliberate about ensuring those procurement opportunities also flow that way so that they can compete. Then we have a diverse procurement objective as well. Those are things that have to be a natural part of doing good business in communities these days. So I don't see them as exceptional, and they also usually enrich our outcomes. So that, I think that it's work that's underway. We've been doing it for years, and I think that many of you probably have as well. So,
Thank you. Mazad?
Yeah, I think reflecting on Dina and Alexandra's points, where my mind goes is very often when we refer to the community in a development process, you're thinking about NIMBYism. You're thinking about the type of people who show up to oppose a new project at a public hearing, but it's a helpful reframing to be thinking about it in a completely different sense, to be thinking about what the opportunities are and going into a neighborhood improvement area, or coupling public investment with social outcomes beyond the utility of the new housing. And it's a helpful reframe, I think, to be thinking about opportunities when you think about community engagement, rather than a part of the process that too often can be controversial.
Thank you. And maybe taking it one step out of procurement, back to the opening remarks about the RFPs that are on, and we know there's going to be a flood of applicants to all the RFPs. It perhaps leads to the question, does Canada have the capacity to operationalize modular housing right now? Dina, I'm going to start with you.
I'm looking at this room. I'm going to say yes. I am. We have to get there. We have, I think, a lot of work to do together. This is about change management and evolution. And what I see are the signals of a tremendous amount of focus on this area that I have never seen in my career. That's tremendously exciting. Is it going to be easy? Are we all going to get there tomorrow? No, I don't think so. But I think we are going to get a lot further over the next couple of years than we ever have been able to. We really want to understand me as a land provider. I really want to understand who you are, what you want to do, what we can do together. We are not the only buyer when it comes to prefab, but we can help with those early projects and piloting as mentioned, because I think that if we can normalize this and really deliver on the affordability and efficiency that is promised, this is going to be the new normal. So I think we can get there. I am a glass half full type of person. But I think that a lot of people in this room are too. And to keep talking and exploring what the challenges and the barriers are so we can get through them. I've never seen such alignment at the local level in terms of helping us go faster. And that's not just in Toronto, thank you Toronto, but in other jurisdictions we're working with as well, whereas before it used to be, how much can I extract from this big landowner? Really, that's what it was like when I walked in the door. Now it's, how can we work together to go faster? Tremendous sea change.
And speaking of working together, I'll kind of lead on that question maybe to Alex. What do you see needing to change in order to get to that positive outcome that Dina just laid out for us?
Me, Alex, or her, Alex?
Alex Mather.
Me, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see kernels of it. You see kernels of it as with the process that we went through on the Danforth project, and working hand in glove with CMHC on the Innovation Fund. But you have to go from kernels and it being the exception to the rule to it being the standard operating procedure. And I think that's the shift that we need to see now. And Canada Lands is there. I know TCHE is doing some interesting explorations, and obviously the city has its housing development office. So this is just a Toronto comment, obviously, but it's what I know best. All of the pieces are slowly falling into place. The thing I think might be most interesting when you think about scaling, you're always going to run out of publicly owned land at some point. You do actually, in order to get Canada-wide scaling, need the private sector to want to step up and be able to play in that sandbox, as it were. And one of the interesting things about where we sit among private sector players is almost all of our projects, new projects, are rental, and of those, I think all of them have an affordable housing component. And there was a big swath of the private sector, there still remains a big swath of the private sector that has no interest in doing either of those things. But given the slowdown, you're seeing more and more developers exhibit an interest in doing that kind of project, in engaging with the public sector, not-for-profits in new development models. People call up me and Jennifer and other members of the team all the time and say, how did you guys do this? Talk to me about this partnership with Creatio on the Merton project that's breaking ground tomorrow morning that Carolina was the project manager of. And that curiosity has been born of necessity, but it sort of doesn't matter how we got here. What we need is the scale, and the private sector is being, the reluctant part of the private sector, I think, is being forced into this situation, which is fine, because all we should care about is the outcome. So I'm optimistic, because the pieces are there from at least 2 of 3 levels of government in this province, and the private sector is taking notice, and I think we'll get there.
Great. I'm going to give Alexandra the last word, and then I think I'll queue us up for Q&As. So I don't know where the mics are, but we can start kind of circulating them. Last word, Alexandra.
Yeah, really quickly. I think it's possible, but there really needs to be investments at the same time around that education piece and that workforce development piece, like making sure the apprentices programs, like that as much as we're investing in that pipeline for like the actual hard parts of the construction process, that labor part really needs to have a lot of thought and coordination, and that requires talking with schools, talking with academia, talking with the training groups to make sure that there's not a break in that pipeline. I've spoken with members of different contractor associations, and they've been talking about how there's a burst of like pre-apprenticeship programs. And the issue with that, A, is that they're being targeted in a lot of communities of color that are looking for an entryway, but ultimately those programs aren't linked to proper apprenticeships, getting them the like seals and accreditations that are required to start filling in the gaps that we're needing in our workforce. So there needs to be some sort of coordination around there and making sure that all those other kind of anchor institutions are part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, I think what I hear everyone sort of pointing to is that and it was already said earlier this morning, but it bears repeating that it's not just two parties working together or three, it's really that kind of cross-sectoral collaboration in order to make this once-in-a-generation initiative work. Do we have any questions in the audience? Well, let's start with Stephen. Hi.
I have so many questions, but I'll try.
Start with one.
First off, just to frame out the scale. Everybody talks about the scale, but the scale works out to 33,000 additional housing units every month. So that's the scale. That's gigantic. We talk about, and the real investment. I mean, it's so wonderful to hear this. I've been in the industry for 20 years, and almost 20 years, and the thing that's really been missing is not only that pipeline, but the investment in the companies and the time for government to take risk. It's really wonderful that the Keysmat group, I'm not sure which name to use, is really participating in this. But a lot of developers, you talked about it, like they do not understand and they don't want. There's no risk. The government has to risk. We've got manufacturers here from all over the country, and they need somebody to just say, hey, how much money do you need to build another factory? Really, that's what it is. And that's not much of a question in there.
Fair enough.
But really, I want to know what everybody thinks about that scale and how you imagine achieving it. And those 20,000 houses in Downsview, it's almost like a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll reframe the question, and I saw you pointing at Dina, so we'll go with perhaps how do we get to the scale that we're talking about? We heard the word $13 billion earlier this morning. We know that the pilot is not starting with a number of houses, 4,000 houses, that doesn't really reflect that number. So how do we bridge that gap?
Yeah. I'll take the question, but I'm not sure that I'm the right person to answer it. But I am really pleased to see the commitments around investment and industrialization that are being made in Build Canada Homes. I think that is a signal that they understand that the sector needs support and investment support, et cetera. So that's fantastic. I think we're all waiting for the details on what that is going to look like. Does Canada Land's 4,000 units, or perhaps our full portfolio of 50,000 units, break the back of the modular sector's growth? No, it doesn't, right? I'm the first one to admit that. We really do need this to be received and embraced by far more builders in the sector. And I do think, though, that we have a role in asking for it. And that's where builders need to be comfortable to ask for it. And our financing structures do need to change. And I was thrilled to hear about how they're being modified to actually acknowledge the upfront requirements around prefab. Huge barrier there. And the regulatory sector needs to understand how to move it forward quicker too. We've kind of talked about these things, but I think we all have to step up and acknowledge that this is actually quality housing coming out that's going to help us address the housing crisis. That has got to be our first priority, and getting the barriers out of the way has got to be the next. So will we get to the 500,000 homes by 2030? You didn't ask me that question. I find it a tremendous lift for Canada to double its home building sector in 5 years. But if we don't have a really ambitious goal, maybe we won't even get there. So I am okay with that. I think everybody realizes that the focus has got to be on finding ways to do this more cost effectively and more efficiently. So I'm okay with that, but we aren't the only answer, and everybody has a role to play in how to move this forward. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I saw a gentleman in the back, and maybe we'll do it a little differently. Can you tell us who you are, who you're asking the question to? Is it for one person individual or the whole panel? Go ahead.
Pedro Barada, Habitat for Humanity Canada.
Okay.
And great job, Carolina. You'd never know it was your first panel.
Oh, God.
So well
thank
done.
you.
My question is for Deanna, so we'll start there. So once the homes are built, the RFQ says that once the homes are built, there's a tremendous procurement opportunity, which is to transfer those homes. You retain the ownership of those, to transfer those homes to a not-for-profit operator or operators. And I know there's still a lot of work ahead in figuring that out. But you're probably thinking right now in terms of what do you want to get out of those initial homes in terms of the continuum, right? From transitional to rental to supportive to affordable home ownership. So what's the thinking that's going on that, around that mix that's going to then help the proponents put together probably a consortium to come forward and bid on it? So anything you can tell us on that side would be really interesting. And I know that these are early stages, so appreciate that.
They are early stages. Thanks for the question. One thing that I would say just to start off that is a lot of our communities are very large and we do offer an incredible diversity of housing opportunities from size, scale, tenure. These are all rental. So right now our first tranche of the 4,000 homes through Build Canada Homes are all going to be rental, and we are going to build the homes and own them, and we are looking to procure for a third party, ideally not-for-profit or community housing operator. And we see that as a real win because they're qualified operators that can build their portfolio on these project opportunities from hundreds of units to, in some cases, we have thousands. They are not going to all spring up overnight, but they will spring up rather quickly. So we expect to work with them to grow their capacity and bring us the kind of acumen needed to deliver housing both on the affordable non-market side and perhaps with a partner, or we're welcoming consortiums as to how they may ultimately apply for that opportunity. So that is to come, more details to come, but we think that that is a great way to partner with the not-for-profit and community housing sector.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more. Who you are, who you're asking.
Thank you. My name is Changming Guo. I used to be working with City of Toronto, the corporate real estate management. I have been a big fan of Jennifer since she was the chief planner of the City of Toronto. I'm a big passionate about housing, especially the affordability part of it. My question is really to Alex, the nerd. You mentioned about the timber part of the construction methodologies and stuff. I wonder whether you have done your researches about the other prefab, like concrete slab or wall panel in terms of construction methodologies and stuff, because if you want to stack up 20, 30, or even higher, that could be a concern for mass timbers, right? I wonder whether you've done your researches and whether you can share with us a bit in terms of the cost for multi-story or high-rise between mass timber and prefab concrete or steels and stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. The short answer is yes, exhaustive research. We focused on modularity as the driver of the portfolio rather than timber, for starters. CMHC was very interested in the timber because of the sustainability benefits. We are too, but the first question we asked was, is there a modular solution here that can deliver faster and more efficiently and cheaper? And so we looked at precast concrete, we looked at steel, we looked at light gauge steel and cold form steel, we looked at volumetric, which is the supportive housing projects you see in the city, and even within timber, we looked at different timber structural approaches. So modular is a bit of a catch-all, and timber is as well. So you look at posts and beams, the way that the posts and the beams are laid on top of each other on the grid is a different system. Some timber buildings have a steel component. There's a timber building that Element 5 is building on Royal York Road that has concrete block cores and combination of wall and floor cassettes and posts and beams. So there's a million different iterations, and our team led a very exhaustive review process of all of those. we worked really closely with some of the panel manufacturers themselves. They have different preferences based on what their ideal type of product to put through their factories are. And at the end of the day, we knew broadly the built form that we were going to deliver, which was between sort of 6 and 12 stories. Ontario Building Code right now allows you to go up to 18 stories, but you wind up, the cost doesn't necessarily scale linearly as you get up beyond sort of 12 stories. So that kept us into a built form and drove us to a specific structural grid and structural system. So we looked at, dozens of permutations in terms of the material itself, and then within the timber world, different permutations of where we wound up. At the end of the day, we have metrics that we need to hit on those projects in order to be able to deliver them with CMHC, with our private capital partner. And we had to get to a place through that process where it was sort of broadly competitive with cast in place concrete, and we were able, through a lot of hard work and sweat equity, and with the support of CMHC, to get to a point where we're sort of generally in that range. And so that's a really important signal to Dina's point and to Alex's point, about scaling. You have to be in the realm of cast in place concrete at worst for it to be a useful for the private sector model that can actually be delivered over and over again. And I think to Dina's point as well, the government coming out and saying there's all this money available is a huge signal to the suppliers that they can proactively invest in their facilities, which they have. The modular facilities across the GTHA are operating under capacity. What they need is a pipeline to fill it. And so we're doing 9 buildings worth. Canada Lands is doing many, many more than that. But that's some of the hard work that it takes to get you to the point where you can actually build the building to the system.
Thank you, Alex, for that excellent answer and for the great question, which really gets to the heart. That brings us to a close, and you can see Jen is back on stage with us. So back over to you, Jen.
Well, I have the unfortunate task of being a taskmaster. Didn't Carolina do a great job? Thank you so much, Carolina. Appreciate you, and thank you to all of our panelists. You now know, if anyone remains curious about social procurement, please find Alexandra for 2 reasons. One is because she is an expert, and number 2, because moving forward, this is across the country a really critical part of the government finding partners. The social procurement part is deeply relevant if you're bidding on projects, understanding how to create a community benefits plan, how to work with local communities in order to bring in local labor. All of that is an area where there needs to be upskilling in this industry, particularly if you're hoping to be a part of any of the sites that Dina has in her portfolio. So thank you very much to this panel. That was fantastic. We do have a little gift for our panelists, which is we thought something for a working person would be a good token of appreciation. This is our signature Canada Builds Modular Summit 2025 baseball cap, and you will receive one this evening yourself, possibly, if you are here for the reception. But to our panelists, thank you very much for your time, a token of our appreciation. You have one. Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to head into our lunch break. Our lunch break is approximately an hour long, and then we're going to come back for our 1 o'clock panel. And our 1 o'clock panel, we're going to be focusing, we're taking the lens up a little bit to a national scale. We're going to be talking about this question at the countrywide level. How is it that we can build really a new housing economy where modular is at the center of that housing economy? And the question was asked by Carolina. I thought it was an excellent question, like, can we actually do this? And in some ways, the 1 o'clock panel is going to focus on the question of, how do we do this? How do we actually build the new housing economy? And this actually is connected to, Alex mentioned the factory-built housing solutions lab, which focused on site readiness. It really was looking at that question, how do we actually do this from a procurement, financing, design, manufacturing perspective? So we'll come back to that question at 1 o'clock. But before we do, we have an industry spotlight. I'm very excited to invite Danny Greenberg up to the stage, and we're going to hear an example of it already done. So a point of inspiration. Danny, come on up. We're very excited to hear about the work that you've already done to show us how it gets done. Thank you for being here.
All right, good morning, everyone. I know lunch is about to be served, so I'll try not to dip too much into the time, and thanks, Jennifer, for the intro over there. So I'm here with Kolesnikov, and really excited to share how we've been incorporating mass timber into modular solutions and how we can help build that at scale. So really quickly, for those of you that aren't familiar with our company, we're a fourth-generation family-owned firm located in southeastern British Columbia, and we started up in the 1930s as a horse-drawn logging company. And then over the years and over the generations, the family's invested into a variety of different timber processing, first as a sawmill, then into mass timber, and now most recently into prefab and modular. So we are a vertically integrated company, and what that means is that we oversee the entire process from reforestation to delivering and installing finished products. And there's some big benefits with that. I think one of the major benefits is that we can really de-risk a project. So we're not subject to the same kind of fluctuations for raw materials in the market as other builders may be. And it also gives us a lot of transparency on our supply chain itself. So we like to say that we've got our 100-mile diet, and what that pretty much means is that all of the fiber that we use comes from roughly 100 miles, or I guess 160 kilometers from around our facility. So we've been fortunate to be involved in a wide range of projects, some right here in Toronto. And most notably, I'd say we supplied one of the first large-scale volumetric mass timber projects, and that was completed in the late fall of last year. The project is a workforce housing building with 120 modules located down in Big Sky, Montana. Now, we have a bunch of projects moving through our facility right now, a lot of others in pre-construction, and we're really excited to build and scale this towards projects that are right here in Canada. So I'd say most people have probably seen a similar kind of chart on the screen. Everyone here has probably felt the rise in construction costs. We're all here at the Modular Building Summit, so I don't think we really need to talk about like the benefits of modular and how it can help alleviate the costs. But one of the challenges with modular construction right now, and Jennifer, you touched on it, Alex touched on it, is that when people hear the word modular, they kind of think of these temporary spaces. And don't get me wrong, these spaces absolutely have a use case in the industry and to provide very needed housing, but they're not as good of a space necessarily for long-term solutions. So with modular CLT, we can build these spaces with the same benefits of mass timber, so you get all of the same aesthetic, sustainable, and durability benefits, but then you also get those savings on overall schedule and overall cost that you get with modular construction. So I kind of like to use this analogy where I find that right now, the offsite and modular industry, it's kind of like you're buying a suit, where you've got one end of the spectrum where you have your one-size-fits-all. And there's products that have been developed with that approach. Now, contrary to the rabbit's kind of sad, flabbergasted face there, I think there are some designs and products where that works really well. A great example of that is the new housing design catalog for single-family or small multiplexes. But as you start to get into those projects where you have more multifamily and they go taller and they go wider, we know that every project and every job site is going to be a bit unique, and it's kind of hard to fit that within. So we find that the other method is kind of more in the made to measure, and that's closer to where we've landed at Kolesnikov, where we still have our overall product lines and processes established, but we know that no project's unique, and we try to approach them with more of that made to measure mindset. So all of our offsite work is now happening at our brand new prefabrication facility. It's 100,000 square feet, located 15 minutes down the road from our mass timber plant. And within that, we have three main product lines. The first product line are prefabricated light frame walls, where we can incorporate MEP services within those walls, various layers of sheathing, drywall, or your exterior envelope. Similarly, we can take our CLT panels, and we can apply those envelope layers as well if you want to have your cladding system or a curtain wall. And then finally, we have our volumetric modular line. And that volumetric modular line was the approach that we took on the workforce housing building down in Montana, where pretty much everything you can see on the screen on the left, outside of the skis, the chairs, and the tomatoes, those were all incorporated into the module before we sent it down. And so at our facility, both of those product lines, whether it's panelized, whether it's volumetric, there's a lot of flexibility within it. Now, we're not just picking up the job site, moving it indoors. What we're really doing is leaning on a lot of our standardization and automation that we've developed with mass timber, and then we implement that throughout our whole process. So all of that starts digitally. We create digital models to pretty much refine every single piece, and we can dry run that assembly. And that results in really tight tolerances and eliminates most, not all, but most of the surprises that come up during assembly at our factory and during construction on the job site. And I think the key to this, and some folks earlier have touched on this on the procurement process, is to really engage your fabricator early, whether it's through design assist or even in the design build process, so that we can actually help to standardize the design before it goes all the way to tender, and there might be a setup where it's not as suited for our facility. And speaking of that standardization, on that workforce housing project, it was a 3-story building, 120 modules. There were some variations in the layouts across those modules, but a lot of those components were the same. So we were pre-building the exterior walls and the plumbing walls separately, and then when it came down to actually assembling those modules, we could do it a lot faster because we had those panels all ready to go and standardized across the process. So then, now I'd say shifting over to the job site, a big benefit, we all know of modular construction, is it's faster to get your structure up than conventional methods. But now once you add in mass timber, all of those complexing and finishing details that occur between the modules when they come together, those become a lot simpler. And there's a lot less labor and cost associated with completing those. So ultimately, like modular and mass timber, you're getting a faster project cycle than you might be getting with a conventional method. So I just want to jump back to that suit analogy really quickly, where we all know that construction is not really a one-size-fits-all approach, but while you do need some standardization on multi-unit modular projects, there can be flexibility across the process, and that's really where I think we can come in and where mass timber can play such a vital role in this, where, yeah, we're leaning on standardized design for manufacturing and assembly practices, but at the same time, we can combine our various capabilities and various product lines to best suit the project. So yeah, I'd say just in closing, we feel super confident that we're well equipped to deliver prefab solutions for projects that are itching to break ground now, as well as future jobs through BCH or other programs like DASH or other provincial frameworks. So thanks so much. I don't know if there's any time for questions, but I'll be milling around, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, that's a great note on which to head to lunch. So I'll see you all back here at 12:30. can see we've got a bit of a crowded podium here. Come on in and find your seats and we'll get started momentarily. We have an awesome afternoon packed with all kinds of great people for you. If you could take your seats, we'll get started momentarily. I need a bell. No, I don't think so. We have to just get the momentum going, moving people back in again. People are trickling in. The problem is there's still a lot of great food out there. Bring your food in with you if you want. Everyone's going to come away very well fed today. Very satisfied. Did you get a chance to eat? You'll have to go check the food later. I feel like we're doing a really good job of packing in a lot of content and making sure there's lots of time to talk to one another. Is that true? We're going to have another break this afternoon. It'll be a bit shorter after this panel. And then we'll go into our afternoon panel and our closing reflections. But the expo outside will continue for the reception at 4 o'clock. So if there's people that you still want to meet, there's still going to be time to meet them later on this afternoon. Come on in, everyone. Grab your seat. We're about to get started. So one of the great things about starting this event is when you have an idea, you think it might be a good idea, you start talking to people to see who might want to participate and who sees the relevance of the conversation. And I wasn't really sure because we've been working in the modular space as a company for about 5 years, and we've actually seen some people come and go in those 5 years. We've seen some people get stronger, learn big lessons, recalibrate, strengthen their industry, grow their industry. And we've also seen folks that we were talking to several years ago who are building companies, who are building knowledge, who are building tools. And one of those people is Fred Cassano from PwC. When I called Fred, the excitement about this event, about this industry, was it was captivating. It actually, I owe a real debt of gratitude to Fred because I was so encouraged by our very first phone call, and our whole team was doing a lot of grinding at that point, and I realized, okay, this is really something. And I think we're seeing that today, that this is really something. And when you're starting something, you never really know whether it's going to light on fire. And this definitely got lit on fire, and you were a really big part of that. So PwC is doing some fascinating work integrating AI into understanding site readiness. As we know, and we talked about this morning, that's like a critical success factor for scaling, is ensuring that the site readiness and how we procure and how we advance modular projects, that's something that we can scale and expedite. And Fred is going to come up right now and spend a few minutes talking about the incredible work that he's been doing, leading in this area around AI in the modular and factory-built housing space. So please join me in offering a warm welcome to Fred Cassano.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's just incredible, the energy in this place. Jennifer, you mentioned a few years ago. I've met a few people that we met 6 years ago that were just starting out in modular. And I said to, it was Trevor Gilbert, who was in the audience, just be patient. Things are about to explode. So thanks to Jennifer Kiesemat and her amazing team for putting this event together, bringing multiple stakeholders around the table to talk about the high-level picture, the how do we scale. So this is it's an honor. I would also like to say that we're at a pivotal point in the Canada's construction industry. This is our time, and I would say from the morning reflections, we see the conversion of a few things: a housing crisis, tech innovation, unprecedented government investment and alignment that just will set the stage and opportunity for modular construction. And Jennifer, thanks again for just setting the stage for innovation. I think this is a national imperative, and this community is very important to come together to do that. The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, Gregor Robertson, gave us a crying call for turn public land to public good. I think that's going to be a phrase that captures the fundamental shift of what's happening now. And as the industry comes together and collaborates on these public lands that are available, I think it's going to be monumental to showcase how we can build differently, and we'll get into that in a second. I love the from pilot to policy panel discussion, especially discussing the procurement process, the planning, zoning, and I think I would add, if you could do that in a very tech-savvy with AI, it'll certainly accelerate the process. I also like the shout-outs as well. We're already seeing that in action. And Danny Greenberg, that was awesome. I love the showcasing proof that we do have Canadian large-scale modular CLT in Canada. We need more Canadian examples that we can showcase. So I certainly applaud this morning's sessions. Very extraordinary in terms of the global economy. Megatrends like AI, climate change, demographics are colliding to create what we're estimating $7 trillion this year alone globally will change in terms of value creation opportunities. This is globally. From a Canadian cut perspective, we're thinking it's around 3.6 trillion over 10 years. And that's a reconfiguration of many things driven by AI as a disruptor, certainly climate change, and how we're redefining models. And the way we're doing this, I'm not actually changing any of my slides. That's not good. So these were the morning reflections. Here I am looking at my tech-enabled iPad thinking it would change right away because I have an AI agent that's moving it, but that didn't work. So the mega trends that are colliding are creating these massive opportunities in what we're calling as new domains. And I think I heard one panelist say how we build, and certainly that's going to be the topic this afternoon. But there's these new domains that are creating great growth opportunities in basic human needs: how we make, how we build, how we feed, how we care, move, fuel, and how we power. And driving all that would be how we fund, govern, and compute. So I want to focus on the build element because that's why we're here today. That encompasses construction and operating buildings, including infrastructure. Traditional real estate construction will move rapidly towards smart, sustainable buildings, building tech, data solutions, and smart city infrastructure. In order to capture this, Canada needs to embrace the AI component in all of our, with a tech-enabled mindset. And certainly, these are not new facts to this community here. Housing crisis is staggered is staggering, in multiple proportions. By 2035, we keep moving the targets, but Canada needs roughly 3.5 million additional homes just to restore affordability. And the federal government has set ambitious targets, 500,000 new homes every year for the next decade. Well, we're not even close, right? And traditional methods alone will not get us there. So I think, whether it's we're facing acute labor shortages, to winter weather stalling buildings for months, to costs rising, timelines keep slipping, we are, I think, at a moment in time for the modular industry. So, how can we reconfigure? Well, we talk about collaboration. The value in motion framework is a deliberate partnership and integration of multiple value chains. Modular manufacturers should team up with tech providers for smart building systems, with material supplies for low carbon inputs. Financial institutions should innovate and be prepared for scale-ready project financing. It was pretty clear this morning in terms of the RFQs that we need strong balance sheets to support some of these projects. Well, the industry coming together and providing innovative solutions on the financing side is going to be very, very important. Forward-looking players that will embed AI across design optimization, project planning, supply chain management are all going to be critical in this value chain. And again, I'm going to single out Danny Greenberg's showcase, concrete example of how integrating across domains will create value. So, Canada's modular construction industry is gaining momentum. Recent stats show in 2024 it was valued at approximately 5.1 billion Canadian, representing about 7.5% of the overall construction market. And it's projected to hit 6.4 billion by 2029. So that's about 5% growth, which is great, right? But despite this progress, modular construction still accounts for less than 5% of the Canadian housing starts. This contrasts sharply with other countries. And we'll probably hear from a lot of people cite Sweden and Japan. Sweden alone, factory-built homes represent roughly 45% of housing. So periods of domain reconfiguration, right, factors in this shift to get us to modular at scale. We need to shift from projects to platforms. We need to shift from analog to digital. We need to shift from on-site to modular. We need to reinvent our workforce. And we're already seeing that there is evidence of savings. We've heard a lot about faster. We're reducing emissions. We're talking about improving quality and making the, I would say that the stigmatism on modular, changing that from an investor and user perspective. I like that. The cost advantage is reinforcing because of standardized manufacturing. They're repeatable processes that'll help reduce material costs and waste over a period of time. So I think there's already evidence that there's ROI in cost savings, techniques, and carbon. So the task now is to scale. Align procurement. I love the conversation about procurement and approvals. And done right, modular construction can be Canada's response to the housing demand. Shout out for Canada Lands and the great presentation this morning. Build Canada Homes is a game changer, period. I think the $13 billion in capitalization and more than $25 billion in available financing is a clear demand indicator. It's a mandate that also prioritizes modular, prefab, mass timber under a Buy Canadian approach. The initial plan to build 4,000 homes across 6 sites is only the beginning, and I love the demand signal that allows people to be cognizant of your capital deployment strategies. And there's proof. It's already happening. I love the discussion on Downsview this morning because, again, this is turning theory into action. At Arbo, we're talking about 540 homes will be delivered using modular and mass timber, and 40% attainable for middle-income household. The market signal is clear, real, underway, and investable. So it's time for the industry to get confidence to write some checks, Jen. So why is the time now for Canada? Oh, I'm not changing my slides, I apologize. Again, so the time is now for, or the game changer for Canada Builds, and certainly a showcase on Downsview. So why is now the time for modular in Canada? Well, a few reasons. Number one, we have government alignment. And I know that this has been a criticism over the years that government's not aligning. It is clearly aligning on helping the federal, provincial, and municipal governments in pulling the same direction. The alignment isn't just abstract, it's articulated clearly in ministerial remarks, it's reflected in program design, it's translating into procurement and permitting. It is very real. Second, infrastructure is unlocking development. This is a key point. Public investments like Black Creek are early markers of the broader shift in unlocking value. Governments recognize that housing cannot be delivered without enabling infrastructure like water, sewer, transit, and roads. The Downsview announcement is proof of that. Industry is also maturing. I would say that Canada can compress the timelines by adopting proven strategies, like I said, from Sweden, and lessons learned in the UK. And fourth, we need to align globally on megatrends. Material and land constraints and factory-based production, this is not just a Canadian phenomenon. This is a global phenomenon, and we need to learn from global research that allows us to have broader configurations. So, with any presentation, there's always a call to action. So what does that mean for you? We have 400 plus individuals and stakeholders in this room. Those that are watching on the streaming, the role for us is to commit to modular in the next development cycle. From cross-domain partnerships, manufacturers, tech, materials, finance, all coming together, anchored around public land opportunities that enable infrastructure so we can scale quickly and credibly. So what did we learn this morning? Well, innovation as a national imperative. We're aligning policy, we're committing capital, and we're doing it faster and with lower cost and carbon. I am looking forward to this afternoon's panel on how we're going to make it happen, right? From who does what to deliver at scale, clearing some of the holdbacks, the bottlenecks, scaling nationally, and where do we go from here? So what can PwC do? Well, we can help with strategy and translate some of these mega trends into roadmaps. People will need advice and creativity on putting together some proposals that the government will look at in a different way. I'm encouraged that the past does not equal the future. We can certainly assist. Capital and financing models that align incentives, and certainly tech-enabled solutions. We can help with BIM modeling, digital twins, and of course, AI. So here's my message. How we build is going to be different. Let's all commit to collaborate in new ways. Thank you again for being here, for engaging. Looking forward to this afternoon.
Okay, that was an awesome recap of this morning, and it sets us up beautifully for the next session that we're going to do. I would like to call up our next panelists to the stage. You know who you are. Come on up right now. And as you're getting yourselves settled on the stage, I just thought it might be useful to do something we didn't do this morning, which is get a little bit of a feel for who's in the room. So if you are on the manufacturing side, put your hand up in the air so we can see who's on the manufacturing side. Okay, in the middle here, over on the other side. Who here is representing an agency that has land, a public agency or any other agency that has land? A few of them are on the stage. Okay, some on the edges. Who are the designers in the room? The architects? Okay, we've got lots of designers. Okay, these units are going to look really good. What about the policy makers, those advancing policy? Put your hand in the air, a few policy makers. And what about those on the finance side? Those who are doing the deals, constructing funds. Who did I miss? Anyone that I missed? Just yell it out. Builders, builders. Wave two arms if you're a builder. Yay. And who else did I miss? Educators, very important. Communicators, this is very important. This is a big part about what today is as well, is changing the message. Government funders, we love you, government funders. Go away and bring back your government funder friends. Anyone else that was missed? Okay, that's a really good cross section. One more in the back. Say it again. Oh, of course, a special welcome to our non-market and those who are involved in supportive housing as well. And only because your hand is so high. One more in the back. Fantastic, First Nations. And you are from the North specifically, or you're working in the North specifically? Okay, so thank you for being here. Fantastic. This is great. What a great cross sampling. And Luke, accessibility advocates. Excellent. What an awesome segment of, I think we're the people that does this, all of us in the room together. This panel, for those on the panel who may not have been in the room earlier when I made big promises about what you're going to do today, what you're going to do today, we talked about the why, we talked about the what, we talked a bit about BC Homes, Build Canada Homes. We're going to talk today about the how. And we're going to talk on this panel really thinking at the national level about how to build the new housing economy. So part of what we're doing here is shifting from thinking about modular as being one piece or one way of how we build to centering modular and factory-built housing as being at the center of our housing economy moving forward in this nation and in this incredible moment of nation building. So I'm going to leave it to Lisa to introduce this incredible panel of Paul Halucha, Sean Baird, and Hugh Clark. And Lisa Helps is going to come up, former mayor of Victoria, and also with BC Housing, leading BC Builds. Lisa's the moderator, but I've asked her to say a few words about the work that she's doing today to plant some seeds for the rest of the panel that they could maybe riff off in terms of thinking about how we advance a fundamentally different and new housing economy in this country. Please join me in welcoming Lisa and our panel.
Great.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon, everyone. You can see we're missing one person, so we'll have to get his insights at some other time. I want to get this off my chest right away. I am from BC, and I am not here to say that everyone else should do what BC is doing, because that is just simple and annoying. And the context is different in every jurisdiction across the country. But what I do want to do in this very brief overview before we go to these fine folks here is just tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing as an example of some tools or approaches that might be useful in other places. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about BC Builds, and then a little bit more about DASH, which stands for Digitally Accelerated Standardized Housing. So BC Builds, and we like to think that maybe Build Canada Homes was riffing on our idea a little bit. We identify low-cost public land for development, and we also fund and finance and accelerate housing. So we find the land, we fund it, we finance it, and then we support the development. And our mandate at BC Builds, which we were given by the provincial government, was to, and is to, move projects from concept to construction, not in the usual 3 to 5 years or more, but in 12 to 18 months. So we were given a mandate to accelerate from the very beginning, and if you go to our website, which is bcbuildshomes.ca, you can see what I like to think of as the BC Builds rocket ship, and that tells you a little bit how we do that. But what we do in this acceleration process is we think about treating construction start as minimum viable product. So in the tech sector, you want to get to getting your product out so you can make as much money as soon as possible. And we accelerate our projects using a methodology from the tech sector to get to construction as soon as possible. So that's what BC Builds does. We launched in February 2024. We've got 7,000 homes in our pipeline and close to 2,000 already under construction. And as I said, we also finance housing, and there's been a lot of discussion this morning so far about financing, and I can tell you it is possible to finance off-site modular construction because we're doing it. Through BC Builds, we are financing construction. This up here is a building in Prince Rupert. We provided construction financing as well as some some equity into the project. And you can see the quote someone said in this Stories article that if we weren't here, it wouldn't have happened. I asked our senior development manager on this file, on this project, how do we do it? And he said, BC Housing has had a lot of experience with modular, but we do exactly as you'd expect. We require bonding, we get the contract right, we get the insurance right. The GC contracts with the manufacturer, we pay a deposit so they can get going, and then we get construction claims from the GC who gets them from the factory. We send our quantity surveyor to the factory, they make sure that the work is happening, and then we pay the construction claims long before anything gets to site. So I just wanted to point that out because it actually is happening. We're doing it. All right, which means it's possible, and happy to share any of our lessons, because not everything has gone right along the way, and happy to share about that. Another point that I want to make here really quickly in terms of Made in Canada industry transformation, you're seeing this building up here again. This is in Prince Rupert, British Columbia. Anyone want to guess where these modules were made? No guesses? Manitoba, how did you know? Is this your company? Winkler. Okay, so Winkler, Manitoba. We're making modules in Winkler, Manitoba, and we're shipping them to Prince Rupert. That's fine, but the second point on the other slide here, this is Intelligent City. This is a project we're working on with Intelligent City and Housing Okanagan in Kelowna, and this is a project to come. I toured a site yesterday in Etobicoke. These panels are being shipped from Vancouver to Etobicoke. So, which is fine, right? Everyone's doing a good job on these projects. I'm not saying they're not, but I think we've got to get our some more factories of the right kind in the right place. All right, finally, what I'm most excited to tell you about before we get into the conversation here is DASH. So this stands for Digitally Accelerated Standardized Housing. Our colleague from PwC was talking about AI. This is a platform that relies on AI to optimize design, optimize for prefab, create a digital twin, and then hand buildings over to operators at the end of the day. So it's got all, it plays in all of these spaces, the DASH platform, design, prefabrication, construction, and then move-in, but beyond move-in, operations and asset management. And I'm just going to tell you a little bit more about this, and then I have an invitation for all of you to participate. So DASH is a digital platform, and it's really about lower cost, faster, more efficient, and more sustainable. So It's a bit different than some of the conversations we've heard earlier because it relies on standardization of just about everything. So we standardize, working with municipalities, the permitting process, standardize the zoning. I would say that DASH is a made in BC solution that has massive national potential application. We've developed a standardized blueprint for BC Building Code. We could easily do one for the National Building Code. That standardized design goes onto a map with all the zoning information uploaded. The AI agent configures that design for that site, best density, best shadowing, or least shadowing, et cetera. And then, that would be good enough if it stopped there, and then the second AI agent then optimizes that design for prefabrication with, and this is the part that some of the folks building proprietary systems might not like, with a standardized kit of parts that can be made by, right now we've got 11 to 13 factories in BC that can make these kits of parts, which we like to think of as the 2x4s of the 21st century. So standardized design, optimized for prefab, standardized kits of parts that can be made in any factory. Okay, now, if you're interested, we just launched a request for information on Monday, conveniently timed with this wonderful summit. We're looking to, as is the federal government, we're starting with a request for information so we can get information from all of you to get it right. We want to pre-qualify a list of manufacturers, but also of GCs and CMs who can build these things for BC Housing funded and financed projects for the next few years. So that's an introduction. That was really quick, but now we get to dive in more deeply with folks who are in the field doing some of the similar work. So I'm going to run back over there. All right, so I would like each of you to briefly introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and then while you're doing that, or as part of you doing that, I'd love for you to tell us, what do you see as your role, so your personal role, because it really is about, in some ways, personal motivation, and the role of your organization in moving prefabrication, modularity from the margins to the center of the Canadian construction economy. So who are you and what's your role and your organization's role in doing that? And let's start with our national colleague down at the end here, Paul.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just want to say at the beginning, thank you for the chance to be here. It's been a lot of fun. I feel like I've met everybody here individually over the summer as we were doing work. So, and it was great to put, to meet people in person. A lot of it was virtual. Absolutely terrific. So I'm Paul Haluka. I'm a Deputy Minister at Housing, Infrastructure, Communities Canada, and I'm a lifelong civil servant. I come out of economic policy domain. So I worked, I worked at the Privy Council office for a long time on economic policy. I worked at Industry Canada when it was called Industry Canada. It's now got a different name for about 17, 18 years. A lot of different sectors: autos, aerospace, space, forestry, steel and aluminum, very different things. And I think what I bring to this file is actually the understanding that the industry and the industry transformation needs to be at the center of this. If you look at the product, look at the productivity numbers, you look at what the growth level's been at the country, you compare us to other jurisdictions, it's very clear that the pathway to that very daunting doubling of housing construction that the minister talked about this morning, that the government has adopted the policy, is very much on your shoulders, on our shoulders, but it has to come through the success of this sector. We're not going to achieve that target unless we advance and we work with you and we keep you at the center of the efforts. So my role is, in terms of leadership of the department, it's been to do the design work obviously with the government, support the launch of the Build Canada Homes. It's to incubate that organization, help it become independent next year. And it's also to kind of take the leadership and make it broader than just the department and the ecosystem players. So we've moved Canada Lands Corporation, who you heard from earlier, is now in Minister Robertson's portfolio. We obviously have CMHC, which has a key role to play. We have the Infrastructure Bank. We do infrastructure programming. We also have other departments that have to play a core role on this. So, and the two that I would give you by names, and I think many of you who had bilats with me today and met with me will have heard me say you need to get to know the industry department as well. So you all recognize me. You need to recognize Phil Jennings and the Deputy Minister of Industry, because that's where a lot of the commercial support is going to be. The housing mission of the Government of Canada is not only this department and this portfolio, it is that broader set. And we've been doing a lot of preparatory work to make sure they're ready for you as you come in with ideas around scale up and getting new technologies. And so that's going to be a really key part of my job, is making sure that those other departments, the Defense Department, which is going to build a lot of housing, understands that they have the same mission as we do, which is to support the sector. So I'll stop now. I should have said at the beginning, I went to the Senate about 2 weeks ago, and the chair of the senator was super frustrated because I spoke for 10 minutes to respond to 30-second questions. So just warning on that one. I
All
tend
right,
to go
thanks.
a little
That's
long.
a good
I'll
note.
stop there.
That's a good note for the moderator. Thanks, Paul. That's a great point.
I should have told you that at the beginning.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's a great point that other departments across government are going to be looped in to make this work. It can't just be focused on housing. Sean, nice to meet you.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your role and also what. Whoa! Oh no! Did that?
Yeah, that was a window.
It broke.
There's too much pressure in the room. It's a pressure cooker. Jen, should we get someone? Continue. That was really exciting. That was like so we're going to go to Toronto Community Housing, and he's obviously got some amazing things to say. All right, let's carry on. They'll come in and do whatever they need to do they're coming. All right, so Sean, tell us.
Great.
In your
I feel
role
like that was an ill omen, but, but we'll soldier on. I'm Sean Baird. I'm the President and CEO at Toronto Community Housing Corporation. I'm here to represent the need, right? So we are a major operator. We are the biggest operator of affordable housing in the country. We operate 60,000 homes. More than 100,000 people are tenants in Toronto Community Housing all over the city. And we operate in an environment of great need, right? More than 13,000 people experienced homelessness in the city of Toronto. That number doubles or probably triples if you include sort of the broader GTHA. We have welcomed in more than 2,000 people that have experienced street homelessness into living in Toronto Community Housing in the past 4 years. And despite the fact that we are so large and we do so much and we provide so many supports for so many tenants, we're not even coming close to meeting the need, right? So more than 100,000 people live in Toronto housing, and yet another 100,000 people are on the queue, on the waiting list to move into social housing. And the only reason that we're taking people directly in from street homelessness into Toronto housing is because there's nowhere near enough supportive housing out there to accommodate the needs that exist within this city. And that same metric is repeated in every major city across the country, right? So if you look at the big picture metrics, I think the housing minister this morning said we need to more than double our housing starts. Absolutely, that's true. I'm here to tell you we need to more than double the total number of non-market housing within our portfolio as well. Right? And of course, to tag into the purpose of this summit, we need to rely on new construction methods to do that. We need to rely on modular. We need to massively increase the investment in this industry and the capacity to deliver, because we can't wait. Right? We have tremendous need that we need to push forward and build on. We've got the land, we've got the demand, we've got the need. I got zoned, ready, infrastructure ready, social infrastructure ready. We've done all of that, right? It's time now for the equity to come to the table and the construction methodology to come to the table and the partners to be here so we can launch dozens and dozens of new housing projects within our portfolio.
Great. All right. The next question, and I know we haven't finished the first one here. I'm going to come to Hugh in a moment, but the next question, it's going to be a bit of speed dating. So you might get a chance to say more to the industry about what you need from them and what you think they need from you. But Hugh, first of all, over to you. Tell us who you are, what you do, and what do you see the role of your organization and your role in helping shift us from where modularity, prefabrication's at the side to where it's at the center in this country.
Thanks, Lisa. So my name is Hugh Clark. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Development Office. We're actually a very new office at the city. We're about 3 months old. Essentially, when I came on in the middle of the summer was when it effectively got started. My goal, or my organization's goal, is to push for the delivery of affordable housing. I work with Sean and Vic, who's unfortunately not here, as well as all the members of Sean and Vic's team, to ensure that we deliver affordable housing because it won't be delivered on its own. There's no economics that makes sense for delivering affordable housing without the support of the public sector, and whether that be at the municipal level or at the federal level. I actually think what my personal role is, and Sean mentioned it, I'm the equity from the city side. So I'm helping bringing what we can afford to deliver affordable housing through our agents and our corporations, TCH or Creatio or CREM. So my role is really to produce. I'm not a policy person. I don't care to present myself as a policy person. I'm a production person. I've 3 months in the public sector, but many years in the private sector, and my goal is to get stuff done. I was hired with that direction. We need to deliver now, and that we can't actually wait to come up with well-conceived, well-laid-out plans. We actually need to push quickly. And this is actually very encouraging to see all these people here who are motivated to do just as we're motivated to do.
Great. So Build Canada Homes, we heard from the minister this morning, and also we know this from everything we've read and seen, that they are going to prioritize prefabrication, offsite manufacturing in what they fund and finance. So you've got money. Sean wants your money. Are you going to set any kind of parameters around certain percentage needs to be prefab? So talk about how you're going to deploy this equity to get buildings built on the land that Sean's responsible for.
You know, I think we should. We haven't set that target yet, but I think that we need to, one, be working with Build Canada Homes, because while we have equity, our equity is this size, and Build Canada Homes' equity is that size. And truth be told, we need that, both equity and financing. I'm actually intrigued by the structure of your organization that can do both the equity and financing side, because we always make great efforts to push projects, say, you know, we'll fund this amount, but CMHC, we need you to do, you know, whether through the Affordable Housing Fund or ACLP financing, we need you to provide this much financing and even some forgivable loans. So we were definitely interested in providing Jean equity, and he comes to us every year with the same ask. But to be clear, there's also other equity that's required. There's other funding that's required, because once he gets it up and operational, the funding actually doesn't stop there, right? The only way to make the kind of product that we're talking about actually sustainable is continuous funding, and that's usually at the kind of provincial level, which is a whole other conversation altogether. But I'm more than happy to give Sean whatever it takes to get the industry moving and to produce quickly.
Right, yeah, no, that's great. And I think that that's a key takeaway maybe for all of us, even this early in the panel, is that government has a role, and BC, Build Canada Homes, sorry, we are also BCH, BC Housing and Build Canada Homes. We call you BCAH in British Columbia. But anyway, you've sent a really strong message that you're going to be putting funding and financing towards projects that use prefabrication. And so for other equity partners coming in, I think that might be something, I know you're not a policy guy, but maybe something to consider. All right, so we've already established, and Paul, I really like what you said, industry transformation needs to be at the center of all of this. So if we take that to be true, which I think we do because we're all here, sometimes the private sector and private developers in particular get a bit of a bad rap in this country, which I think is really unfortunate, because 95% or more of the rental housing is built, owned, and operated by the private sector. So to you private sector folks here, we need you. We're not going to build as much as you can ever. So this is the speed dating piece of the conversation. So to each of you in your roles and your organization, what do you think, and whoever wants to jump in first, the first part of the question is, what do you think industry needs from you? And obviously the two of you are going to have a bit of a different answer than Paul. What does industry need from you, from public housing and from the Government of Canada? And what do you need from the off-site manufacturing industry? You've got a wealth of manufacturers in the room. What do you need from them? So first part, what do they need from you? Second part, what do you need from them? And whoever wants to start can start.
I'm going to just jump in. You know, there's a bit of a chicken egg thing that happens in this industry because the manufacturers needs orders, and we need a manufacturing industry that can actually deliver. And so I actually think that this is where the public sector needs to step up and say, we will take on the risk of having a nascent industry, of funding a nascent industry, because if we don't, the private sector is not likely to do it as readily. And I have high regard, not just because I was in the private sector 4 months ago, but the private sector is actually pretty good at taking risks. The public sector, it's more of a struggle. I have at least 25 bosses, 26, sometimes even more, that I have to respond to back at City Hall. And the typical response is, well, tell me what risks we have. And unfortunately, because of the kind of the age of the industry, some of it isn't known, and some of it can't be quantified, right? Where they can say, okay, well, that's a quantifiable risk that I'm willing to take, and so we need to do it.
Okay, so we need to reverse the risk ratio. Okay, Paul, I know I said I'd let you guys jump in, but that is a really important question for you. And we heard the minister say this morning that Build Canada Homes was going to be a little bit more risk tolerant than CMHC is able to be for various reasons. Talk about risk. How are you going to reverse that risk ratio to make the public sector more risk tolerant and risk savvy even?
Well, in some ways we've built taking higher risk into the design. Like the whole approach is based on us taking on more risk. So it'll be an investment policy that will come out in the coming weeks, not too distant future, that I think will spell that out in a bit more detail. But I'll take, for example, if you look at the 3 KPIs like we've established for Build Canada Homes, they are maximizing supply and shovel-ready supply. That's number 1. Number 2 is modular and off-site construction usage, and then the third one is affordability and supporting the growth of that part of it, of the industry. And so risk is built into kind of all aspects of that. So there's an intention to take more. We've not set. There'll be a board that will be established, an investment committee that will work on coming to the actual risk ratios. But give you another piece. We have not set a requirement for a rate of return from Build Canada Homes. So they're not playing with they need to earn 6% or 7% or even 4% on this. Goal is to bring private capital in, and the goal is potentially to exit and recycle their capital, but they're not required to earn a rate of return, which enables them, I think, to take a lot more risk than if they had to hit an ROI every time. The 5 properties that, and I don't know, I told you, this is the speed dating part, and look what I'm doing. You heard from Canada Lands Corp this morning, which is building 6 properties on behalf of Build Canada Homes. Those are fully capitalized. We have the capital is there to do all 6 of those. We're going to try and get private partners in. So effectively, those are de-risked properties to begin with. All of the risk is going to be on Build Canada Homes on those properties. So that's what I would say.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. And before I go to Sean, one more question for you. I know you hear a lot. It's your day job to get information from the folks in the room about what they need from you. But as the Deputy Minister of Housing Infrastructure Canada, what do you need from the off-site manufacturing community? What's going to help you?
Well, I think the point that the colleagues made around getting to know the industry better is a key thing. What became clear to me over the summer is we don't know the sector and the industry, individual companies as well as we need to for this venture to be successful, which is the minister mentioned this morning. One of the early steps we're going to have, hopefully in the next 3 or 4 weeks, is going to be a pre-qualification process. We're going to have an industry day. We want to pre-qualify vendors across the country in order to accelerate our ability to do deals. That's going to be hugely important, and we're putting the industry at the center of some of the early initiatives. So the $1 billion, again, that the minister mentioned this morning, the plan is to actually have the companies be at the center of that. By next year, we will know the firms a lot better. We're going to try and do, if I can do all of $1 billion, if we can do a full $1 billion through modular, we're going to do that. That's our starting point. I think the thing I heard most often from companies over the summer in the sector was go modular by default. So we'll see if the investment policy says that. But if we're not modular by default, we're going to be like modular minus 5% or so, right? Certain parts of the country where you can't do it fully modular now. So, example, we announced an agreement with Nunavut as part of the launch day. Like, you have in Nunavut, there's actually it's impossible for them to do 100% modular. It would mean that their local indigenous working population would not be part of that construction solution. It can't be done. So we landed on a third for that one, but we will be pushing as high as we can. And I think that the ability to have modular and offsite construction as part of what the proposals that come forward will be a huge differentiator. And every time you hear the Prime Minister talk about Build Canada Homes, which is very, very often, right? Like you heard him last night, this is a core part of his messaging around building, and he always comes back to the importance of modular. And obviously the launch day spoke to that in terms of the visuals and who was present at that event as well.
Great, yeah, thank you. That's a really interesting insight. I think there's putting industry at the center and paying attention to how they respond. And I think there was a really clear message sent this morning, keep that RFQ as simple as possible. And that's for us at BC Builds and BC Housing, we're doing the RFI first so we can hear from industry, what do you need? What should we be asking for in this RFQ? So I think, yeah, putting industry at the center is really important. Sean, let's go to you on this question. What do you think the offsite housing industry needs from community housing, Toronto community housing? And what do you need from the industry?
Yeah, sure. So I think it's important to remember that we've got two distinct but sort of self-reinforcing goals here, right? So I want to get as much housing built as possible. That's what I want to get done. And we've got really strong goals to meet that. I think the additional investment and building up and scaling up of the overall modular industry is alongside that, and we'll reinforce that, right? I strongly believe in my heart of hearts that if we build and scale up this industry, it's going to let us build more housing faster and cheaper. However, that hasn't happened yet, right? Like, so our experiences aren't matching what we know to kind of be the reality of what should happen. And my belief is that that's because we haven't scaled up enough yet, right? The capacity isn't quite there yet to be able to fully meet our needs, right? Simple example, I need to build 40-story towers, right? Like, who's gonna help me do that, right? We're not there. I know we're not there. That's okay, right? But I know that others can do that. It's happening in other parts of the world, right? So we need to be putting in the investment and the education and the support all the way up and down the system, right? The financing, the zoning approvals, the trades, all of that. Like, those things don't fully integrate with completely modular delivered construction approach here in Canada yet, right? So I am all in for getting us there, but I got to build housing at the same time, right? So I've got to keep focused on both of those goals as we go forward. I think what I can help with, what we collectively can help with is, well, this is a rough panel.
Seriously. Really, what broke now? What did we break now?
I know. Like, we can help keep the pipeline full, right? There is no end to the sites, the demand, the opportunities for builds that we have. And it's not just TCHC, it's all of the other non-market providers that operate in Toronto and across Ontario and across Canada, right? There are tremendous opportunities to do that. And on sites that don't need new infrastructure, don't need new zoning, right? We're ready to rock and roll, ready to rumble. That's what the minister said this morning, right? So we can help keep the pipeline full, happy to make those kind of commitments. I need the industry to scale up fast and bring forward the new technology that's necessary to meet really, really high volumes. I mean, look, we talk about Dunhouse a lot, and it's amazing. If you haven't seen it, you should go see it. It's wonderful. We had 100 of those, and we had 100 of them last year, right?
In every city in the country.
Sure, but I'm focused on Toronto first.
I know, but this is a national conference and a national panel.
100% that's right? And so the scale is massive in terms of the need, and we got to get there fast.
Yeah, Hugh, jump in, and then
I was going to say that we also need it to cost half what it costs at Dunhouse. Like, that is our challenge. So, like, if we have a goal to start 65,000 rent-controlled homes by 2030. I have a limited budget, and Sean gets some, and Vic gets some, and they say, you can either produce twice as much through this method, or because the industry's not there yet, half as much, or I doubled what I was saying there. But you basically need an industry now because the demand is so high to reducing at scale and at the same cost as our traditional methods. Otherwise, we have to justify why we're investing in this industry. And that's the hard conversation that we have to have at all the levels of government and say, it's worth it. It may not be worth it for this year's budget or next year's budget, but 2028, 2029, 2030, that is when the payoff is going to happen, because all of a sudden we have a train that's going that is throwing units off at, you know, the $400,000 to $500,000 dollars a unit. No matter the scale, no matter the size, no matter the configuration, we can deliver.
So this really leads to a question that I hadn't thought of until we're having this conversation, which is the whole point of having these conversations, which is who pays for what I like to think of as the innovation increment. And I'll just give you a couple of examples to illustrate what I mean by that. So we're working that mass timber building that I showed you that we're working on in Kelowna with Housing Okanagan and Intelligent City. It's about 5% more than concrete because it's the third or fourth of these, not the 70th. So who pays for that? And then another example, the DASH initiative that I showed you, it is, as I said, a prototype. We are going to be doing 5 DASH demonstration projects in various regions of British Columbia. It's gonna cost more because we're going to ask the architect to sit alongside us every step of the way and give us their lessons learned. It's going to require training of our staff in BIM because DASH relies on building information modeling. So to the three of you, and maybe to all of you out there, to think about who pays for this innovation increment. Is it the private sector? Is it the public sector? Is it a split? Paul, let's go to you first on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is not a question unique to this sector, right? Every sector that innovates has this challenge, and it's always, in my experience, a mixture of private and public money that comes into it. I mean, our universities are funded, publicly funded. They do work on innovation. You know, we have industry departments that support you know, key companies, strategic technology development. That definitely needs to happen. I actually think this sector, you know, this is not the aerospace sector. It's not to say there's not a lot of R&D, you know, some R&D that needs to happen here, but like certainly the companies that I have met with, they're not looking for us to help them get, you know, go from TRL 3 to 4 or get out of the lab. They're looking for help us with our order book. That was the message we heard all summer, was consistent demand and help us on that side. And that was actually a pretty big reorientation that we did in Build Canada Homes over the summer. We do have RDAs, regional development agencies. They have money. We have an advanced manufacturing sector, and as I mentioned, everyone needs to get to know the industry department here, because this is a strategic sector. I think that's what the government has said very clearly, that we need this sector to be supported on the technology side, but also on the delivery side.
Great insight. Yeah, every industry has to innovate, and in this case, it sounds like the technology's there. It's just a question of, or not just a question of scale, I don't want to oversimplify, but having that order book is key.
Well, the underutilized capacity in the sector is, right, it's huge. Like, we can, without a single new piece of equipment being bought, we can probably triple the market share that exists right now, if not more. So like I think that's what we have to absorb up, and then I bet you a lot of the entrepreneurs, innovators in the room will have access to capital that at a price that they don't at right now. So I think that's the solution. That's the kind of direction that we need to follow.
To both of you working in Toronto, and again thinking it's, you know, a similar story in Vancouver and Calgary and Edmonton and Halifax. You're building housing, you're working for the public sector. Sean, you go to your board and you say, you know, there are these 5 projects, they're going to cost a bit more because we're trying something new. How do you approach that conversation, and what does your board say? And I guess the same question to Hugh.
Yeah. I think Hugh hit it really well on the last answer, right? You got to take a long-term view of it, right? You got to take a business case that's going to look at the next 6, 7, 8, 10 years of production, because that's the cycles we build on anyway, right? In terms of the home building industry, right? And I think the other thing is you have to take a portfolio view to it, right? So I absolutely have individual projects that aren't going to pencil today, 100%. Everybody's got below-the-line projects right now, right? But if I take a portfolio view and I take a factor on it that's going to be, once we get to the 70th project, as you say, that it's going to bring it down by this much, and we can put some reasonable numbers behind that, you know, that helps you start to quantify the risk, right? And helps you start to quantify how much is that investment increment that you talked about, right? And are we willing to take some of that on so that we can get the benefits of that down the road in 4, 5, 6 years? Of course we are, right? But probably not 100% of it, right? It's going to be some shared risk there and some shared value creation there.
Yeah, Hugh, what are your thoughts?
Well, I just say, like, who built the railroads, right? Like that, it was actually federally funded. All the railroads across North America were federally funded, right? Like they were given special opportunities through the federal government. And I'm actually, Paul, I'm not saying that the federal government, I'm saying that the public sector funded for those social infrastructure. Housing is a social infrastructure. So we actually do need to fund it. Our goal is to be very selective in how we fund it, so we're not throwing good money away, but being very strategic in how we're investing, because it is a social infrastructure. You know, if you have housing, if you have transportation, if you have sewers that lead to all these places, your economic engine goes. And we always have to think about it in those terms. I was at a budget meeting last night where we were talking about this exact thing, about needing to make these infrastructural investments, because it's the only thing that's going to lead to the economic engine that is Toronto and Vancouver
and Canada
and the whole nation,
the rest of the country,
right, that we're all very proud of, to get up to full speed. So Sean's entirely right, though. Like, it's not all in, all at once. It's selective through various means to build that. And it's how we coordinate ourselves so our dollars are stacking properly to build the industry. And it is all in that coordination, I think, we'll be able to build the railroad of housing.
Paul, yeah, jump in, Paul.
I'm just thinking, like, there's another way to answer your question, which is to think about export and international market opportunities, right? That often is the differentiator. Where does the state get involved in supporting innovation? It's where it believes that it's you've got an export opportunity. And I think a lot of our companies do have that kind of potential. And I won't name names, but there's a few that are obviously like world leaders or in that stage. And so if you can actually support them and you capture international markets in addition to helping them build the homes and achieve the KPIs of the three of us on this panel, and in addition to like contribute to like what the Prime Minister talked about yesterday, which is the fact that we need to grow our GDP, grow our revenue potential as a country, then I think that's an extraordinarily compelling case. And it's another reason why the industry department needs to get to know some of the firms around this table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the challenges in Canada generally is that we are underperforming. The Prime Minister talks about this as well. We're underperforming in terms of our capacity for productivity. So I think your point about let's use this housing crisis, let's use all of these manufacturers and their innovators in the room to solve our productivity problem and our housing problem at the same time. Yeah, I think that's very wise.
But then you got to go.
Someone wants to clap for that. All right.
But then you got to go up the supply chain too, right? So it can't just be the last stage, right? You got to be doing everything in production toward it as well, right? Which
Absolutely.
I think the next panel is going to talk about.
Yeah. So we've talked a lot about making construction faster with prefabrication, modularity. From each of your perspectives, what are some other, and I talked a little bit about this when I was talking about Dash, we can build things as fast as we want, but if we can't permit them and we can't zone them. So what do you see from your perspectives? What else needs to be standardized or kind of pre-approved in order to get to faster construction? So whoever wants to jump in first.
Well, I think the city has tried to take that approach. We need to actually act smarter in the way that we're doing things. That we can't follow our tried, tested, and true method of the same kind of process for everything. We're not there yet. Right? Like, I think that the buildings department is talking about how they can use AI for people submitting things, do a quick review before you even bother submitting it. And that's an easy tool to say, hey, you've missed a few things, so don't waste the 2 weeks of review. And we all know it takes a little more than 2 weeks to get a building permit. But don't submit it until you make these corrections, because it'll be faster. So I think we do need to think about every single step, and then we as the public sector need to say, we're going to make land available for this to be worked out. And we're gonna pull some people, the smartest and best people in our group who are responsible for the regulatory side of it. And we're gonna tell them, you gotta get this done. Like, this is a project that we're behind, and there's some people here actually from that team. You're gonna shepherd it through the labyrinth that is the regulation.
But why do you get rid of the labyrinth? Can you change the labyrinth?
Well, but there is regulatory rules that we have to follow. Like, we have to make
Someone
sure.
from Calgary just yelled out yes, and she's on the next panel, so let's ask her. Let's ask her how on the next panel. Go
For
ahead.
sure, but there are certain things we have to make sure. We have to make sure that there's enough water to serve the site, right? Like, there's certain things that are just fundamental that you have to check in our review. But there's a lot of other shit, there's a lot of other stuff.
You're gonna break another window,
And this is
careful.
this is the private sector side of me, where the city's opining on and wasting time when it really shouldn't. Like, it's not our business to opine on certain things, but people feel like they're responsible for because that's their title, right? Yeah. And we need to say, actually, for this, and whether we have special projects or not special projects is a whole other conversation, but where the city says we want to do this project, we need to streamline and not add layers of approvals or any of those things to get, to hold the projects up.
So thank you. Sean, from your point of view, what other things need to be accelerated? And if you can be as practical or specific as possible beyond just accelerating construction.
Yeah, I mean, I'd go upstream and downstream both, right? So on the upstream side, yes, the zoning approvals, the permit, all of that, of course. And I think the City of Toronto is doing a great job of starting to say, we're not independent pieces that all look at things independently and give sometimes conflicting opinions about things. Yeah. We're going to try and create one stream, right, where the city takes responsibility for shepherding things through. And that's been a huge improvement for us. I can tell you it's like scale improvement in terms of the time it takes to get through things and the ability to cut through some of the silliness that sometimes comes when different departments think different things, right? Because the reality is, historically, those things just fell into a black hole, right? And now there's somebody who's responsible for actually making sure that stuff gets shepherded through. So that's wonderful, and I think that's working really well. Upstream, I'd also point to financing, right? Like we've got to make sure that those
financing takes too long.
Absolutely, it takes too long, yes. And that's where I would say taking a portfolio approach to things, standardizing what we can do, what we can get access to and how quickly, those things would help us tremendously. And then downstream, it's not going to help me if we manufacture all of this and then it sits in a parking lot somewhere either, right? Yeah. I need the trades, I need everyone ready, the construction management, everybody ready to hit the ground and deliver on that. And I feel, again, that our industry is not quite there yet, right? We can do some pilot projects, we can do some example projects, that's wonderful, but are we at the point where we can start rolling these out dozens and dozens at a time all over the city? I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, so I think absolutely. UBC is doing some interesting research, or proposing to do some interesting research on AI optimization of the supply chain. So the modules or the panels or whatever are showing up just in time, on site. Because that's one of the challenges, especially with factories being far from the site. Yeah. You can lose significant time if you're sitting around waiting for the panels to show up.
Yeah. And I can't stage 1,000 panels either.
What's that?
I can't stage 1,000 panels,
Yeah, no, exactly. Paul, from your point of view, what other acceleration opportunities do you see beyond accelerating construction?
I think we almost need to accelerate everything. Like, I think it's a target.
Accelerate it. Can we get T-shirts? Accelerate everything.
Accelerate everything. You can. Yeah, I'll take the IP payments. No, I think it's a target-rich environment. Like, there's so many problems and challenges, and when people say this is a complex housing system, and I mean, when you sit with a developer and they tell you what their story was and what they've had to go through to get through to be building, it's kind of awe-inspiring that anybody starts it at all anymore. That's true. And so so there's a whole set of changes we need to make on it. But I think it needs to come down to us acting like we're in a crisis, which we tried to do a lot when we were doing the design on Build Canada Homes over the summer, right? I kept hearing it's going to take 18 months before we're doing anything on this. Well, I think we started in June and we announced in mid-September. It's capitalized heading in. This budget will, if it passes, there will be $800 million accrual dollars available to it till April 1st, and then there'll be another installment. And so I think acting like we're in a crisis is key. And then the other thing, I think where the capital gets deployed by Build Canada Homes should be like an indication of where the country is ready, where the jurisdictions, everybody is ready to be in partnership. if there are cities that are like throwing up obstacles and like, then I think that we should just not put our capital there. Honestly, I think, and then we should call out the problems and the challenges that we're seeing, whatever the jurisdiction is, and so that should be part of what we're trying to accomplish here, because we do need the system to change, and it's not going to change if if we don't acknowledge where we have problems. And I would say that's at the federal level, provincial, and municipal. There's lots of as I said, we have to accelerate everything, so there's a lot to happen at all three levels there. The minister talked about federal lands. Like, it takes us 9 years to get land through our surplus process. That is like 8.5 years too long, right? Or at least 8 years too long. And so we've been, we are focused on trying to speed that up because we're, these first 6 properties hopefully will all be under construction in 2026. No pressure, Dina, if Dina's still in the room, and then we need the next, we need the next set to be under conversation later this year, and and those will come federally, but they'll also come from the other jurisdictions as well that we want to partner with.
Yeah, I think that's a really good insight about going to the jurisdictions, the municipalities and provinces where the yeses are, where the energy is. When we started BC Builds, I did a bit of a roadshow around the province, and I went to various, and our BC Builds land is mostly municipal. Municipalities are putting their land in, and then we're partnering with them to find developers, or they start their own housing corporations. Anyways, I was presenting at one council, which I will not name, and I made my presentation, and like, we don't want this, we're not interested, we don't want BC Builds. Okay, no problem. Thank you for that very clear signal. And we're going to go to a municipality down the road that is interested. And we've had tremendous response from municipalities. So I think that's at a higher level, at a national level, going where the energy is going to deploy that capital really quickly. All right, we've got 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. I'm not going to get to all my questions, but what do you want to say to these fine folks here as a last thought to leave them with before we, we're going to get hats, I think, before we get off the stage. We'll just go down. Paul, Sean, Hugh.
I just want to say thank you for the tremendous support that we've gotten from the sector over the summer, and really looking forward to capitalizing on that and keeping you guys, everyone in the room, as partners as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that I want to keep moving together, like not quite in lockstep, but at least incrementally at the same time, right? So as the funding becomes available, as the sites become available, as the capacity grows, like, we need to move together. We can't have a situation where we're all municipalities and all provinces are competing with each other and bidding everything up tremendously, because that's not going to be helpful to us either, right? So it's got to be somewhat organized and allocated.
Right, Hugh?
Come to us with ideas. We're open for ideas. We want to work with you guys. We are a city that does want it to happen, Paul.
Oh, I know that. I know
Just
that.
be clear. We want to say yes.
Don't tell the mayor anything else.
No, but do come to us. We want to encourage innovation, and we will put the city lands at stake in order to see it to be achieved.
Great. So key takeaways: accelerate everything and close the gaps. Great. Please give these wonderful gentlemen a round of applause. Thank you.
So a couple of words just to thank our panel. And the first thing I'll point out, which I think is quite fascinating, is that there was enough energy to blow out a window in this session.
From Ontario.
From Ontario. But what's interesting to me is that, Paul, you've been in your role for
Coming up on a year.
Okay, you're coming up on a year. Sean?
Year and a half.
Year and a half. Hugh, 3 months. In fact, we were actually seeing Hugh go from the transition of being in the private sector to the public sector in real time.
Exactly.
I'm over here now. And Lisa, in your role, a year or so?
20 months.
20 months, okay. So very new and coming at this from really different perspectives, bringing different energy. There's the tech lens that you're bringing, Lisa, the economic development and economic supply chain lens. Sean, you're more on the social services side, and then we have Hugh, who is in private sector development. I just think that is a reflection of the momentum that all of you, with all of your expertise, and you're all very clearly superstars, are doing this right now. It just shows how the momentum is growing around the importance, and this is exactly what we need to solve the housing crisis, and it's exactly what we need to drive through and to break through on the innovation side. So I'm just so grateful that all of you took the jobs that you took, and you're doing the thing that you're doing every day, because it's exactly what we need. And it makes me, I don't know about you, but it makes me feel incredibly hopeful that we're really going to do something differently. And many thanks to Lisa, who took on the moderating role at the last minute, and she truly is in her sweet spot doing it. And for all of your hard works, you get a baseball cap. Yes. A baseball cap. I'm going to give our panelists a baseball cap. The rest of us are going to take a very quick break. 10 minutes, have a coffee, do what you need to do, get back in your seats, and we have a great panel coming up. Supply chain, site readiness, and clearing the path to scale. Our next panel is going to build on the topics that we touched on a little bit in this panel.
Very good. Thanks so much, Jennifer. Great job. That was
No,
great.
thank you. Yeah.
I said it would be a very quick break, and then I started chatting with people. So I take full responsibility. But we do have a very exciting panel for you. And I would like to invite our panelists to come on up to the stage, get yourself settled, as we get everyone else settled in the room as well. Hi, how are you?
I'm really good.
Good, hadn't seen you yet.
I'll start on the end. You're going to do more talking than me.
Okay, if we can get some of the stragglers to come on in, grab a seat, everyone. Make yourself comfortable.
Am I allowed to drink my coffee up here? I guess so, right?
So we just had a wonderful conversation, and there were a few really interesting things that were said in our conversation that I think lead into what we're going to talk about right now extremely well. And one of those things was going to the people who say yes, going to the people who are open to getting things done and want to collaborate with you. I have a saying for this. I call it going to where the love is. In the city of Toronto, there's some wards where we don't do work because there isn't a lot of love. There isn't a pro-development mentality. We just don't, people will bring us sites and we'll say, no, we're not interested. That would be way, way too much of a fight. Going to where the love is a critical thing to do in this moment. One of the things that you're going to hear about on this panel is you're going to hear about the supply chain, you're going to hear about site readiness, you're going to hear about financing, and all of this is going to be very ably led by Yves Cheng from TCHC. And in keeping with the theme of the last panel of the momentum that is gathering around getting housing built on public land, Yves is also very new to his role, probably 5 months in. And Yves is leading development at TCHC, so working directly with Sean. And I can tell you, he's doing this in a very different way. I think that's safe to say. He is an absolute bundle of energy with a complete go-get-em attitude. And I thought he would be perfect to lead this discussion, which is really about clearing the path. How do we get it done? We're here now. We've talked a lot today about the vision of where we want to be. We've seen some excellent pilots and examples of the promise of what we want to deliver. Now we need to take that from being something that happens here and there to something that happens all the time and it can be scaled. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our panel, and Yves will introduce our panelists.
Okay, let's check the mic. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yves Chung, Chief Development Officer at Toronto Community Housing. Like Jan said, I do things slightly differently. I used to work as a medical scientist at the Toronto Western Hospital. I have my PhD in immunology, so I'm not trained as a planner, architect, but my head is always about innovation and deal executions. Luckily, I have the privilege of working on one of Canada's largest affordable housing provider. In this country, we manage and deliver tens of thousands of units across Toronto. And much of the job is to kind of figure out how to turn public lands capital into real homes for people who's been waiting for years on a wait list. So the reason why we're here today is obviously talking about the delivery of housing. And I really love the panel we had an hour ago. I call it the macroeconomics of modular housing. There's a lot of discussion of policies, but luckily I have the panelists here that we'll dive into more the microeconomics of modular housing here. So I'm going to start off on my left side here. I have Teresa Goldstein, Chief Planner Director, Community Planning at the City of Calgary. Teresa and I chat a little bit, and we have some idea for the City of Toronto. I know it's a national conference here, but there are things that we can actually learn from the City of Calgary on how we could work on planning and rezoning, innovations, looking at Hugh Clark, you still here, to make modular approval faster and more predictable. And then on my left-hand side here, I got Lee Scott, Sales Director, Element 5, one of Canada's leading mass timber modular manufacturers. And Lee and I chatted about some projects that he has built recently, including, I believe, your projects at the City of Hamilton, as well as you have a couple of projects currently under construction in Toronto as well. So we'd like to hear from you a little bit more details on your experience. Last but not least, I got Aaron Cameron on my far left here, Vice President of First National and one of Canada's largest commercial real estate lenders. And I would say Aaron's been helping us to kind of break down how modular fits with the traditional financing model. He said he has some ideas how he could actually finance those off-site construction materials. So I'm looking to Aaron later on to kind of help us to figure out how to do it in Toronto. I know Lisa already said BC Bill is doing it. My personal experience in Toronto is still remaining a challenge, so looking forward to it. So to keep things short, maybe I'll let Teresa, I know each of the panelists have prepared a presentation. Maybe I'll let Teresa start off with hers.
Oops, sorry. I went the wrong way. Hi, everyone. We've had a couple of incidents here already. And Lisa started out by saying she wasn't going to talk about all of the, this is how we should do it. What I will say is I'm going to talk a little about how we've been doing it in Calgary in hopes that you can take away some nuggets for your own departments, your own projects. The path that we've been going down has had great success, which is why I think Jen asked me to come. But I fundamentally want to start by saying that cities succeed when people and businesses are aligned and together. And so the work that we do in this industry, when everyone put up their hands, it only succeeds when we do this together. We are a city in Calgary that wants this. So I know we were talking about those across the country that may be in different areas of maturity around housing. We have had some tremendous success recently through federal programs, being able to deploy millions and millions of dollars so that we can get more housing built. The piece that I really want to focus on here is that Calgary isn't that little prairie town anymore that maybe those that were watching the 1988 Olympics remember. It is a very large, dynamic city. But let me tell you, over the last 24 months, it has been bonkers. As the chief planner, I can tell you that we have never seen population growth like this. We've had 220,000 people come to Calgary over the last 24 months. So the city of Barrie relocated to Calgary. Just let that. Oshawa. It is incredible the amount of growth that we've had. And with that, we know that there are a lot of pressures. The one piece, the one valve, though, that has been thriving is around housing. And that's why I think that Jen asked me to come, because even though we've had this tremendous growth and lots more to go, we have had some successes. So what I want to do and share today is just 4 of the many successes that we've had and what's been working. To say that these are tools are an understatement. Some of this is cultural. Some of this is at the philosophy of the planning department. And I can't emphasize that enough. That's why I said, yes, it is possible to change the process, because if we can't change the process, who can, right? If the planning departments or the regulators are seeing gaps or seeing pieces that were unknown to us, who can change them except for us? A really good example of this in Calgary is that we were the pioneer, I would say, in 2016, Lisa Helps and I were on a panel at FCM, and administration is never invited to FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, because it's really a political thing. But I was invited in 2016 to showcase this concierge system. It's a system of shepherding permits, special permits, modular permits, affordable housing permits, green permits, or major economic permits through the system. And that doesn't stop at the planning or the development approvals. It goes right through to the building permit stage. So we have that overlap so that we're not reteaching people 15 times inside of our permits. We're doing that work once. The other piece too is that we have a priority stream, which means if I receive 2 applications at the same time and one of them is affordable housing and one of them is not, the affordable housing one goes right to the top, directly to the top. And this sort of system is because we said this is a priority and this is how we want to do our business. The second piece is that as cities evolve, it's important to recognize these blind spots. Our current system in planning, I would say across the country, is not set up to handle modular permits the same way. I'll give you a really good example. 24 months ago, I would have said, well, why don't you just go and get your partials? You don't get partials. You need the fulls. Partials don't work for modular housing. You need the full permit. The other piece that's very, very important is that oftentimes utilities are done at the very end of the considerations. You needed those yesterday. You needed to order your vaults on the first day that you had a design. That kind of system thinking, changing things on its end, is done through municipalities. The other piece too, and this is, I would say, somewhat controversial, because I know we have national building code, safety codes officers in Alberta have a special legislation that, we don't, there's no ability for us to influence their decision or anything along those lines. But when I say reverse the process, I literally mean your building permit needs to be thought of before we ever talk about your land use or your zoning. The reason that we do this is because the zoning, we know, usually takes the longest. It has the strict regulatory process that needs to go through council. But if we talk about your building permit then and set your zoning up so that it's very enabling, you can see the change. 5-month land use, 18-day review on the permit, on the modular permit. I know I was trying to find my counterpart from the City of Toronto because I know that 96 days actually is very good. 18 days really means that we have everything in line at the land use stage. And the last piece, because they only really gave me 5 minutes, although I could probably talk about this for 2 days. Oh.
Next one.
I'm sorry. Did I go past this one?
No, yes, you did.
Okay, and then the last one is about modular myths. I cannot underscore the importance of dispelling this. In 2016, when the first real modular housing started to be built in Calgary, shipping container was the second word out of people's mouths. We're not talking about shipping containers here, guys. Finding trust in modular is probably our greatest, as a sector, our greatest imperative right now. And when I say finding trust, I mean send your staff to modular school. Understand the nuances of factory built and modular housing before you start reviewing it. Just like you don't take your fridge apart when you see the sticker to make sure that it's okay. When we see the sticker, the A277 certification from CSA, we have to trust it because trust means faster permits. Thanks. I'm not going to go that way.
Go this way.
I'm not going to go that way again.
Thank you, Teresa. That's like some awesome insight. And I'm going to ask you some question later on. I'll just like...
I would welcome any questions
but
from anyone.
I know our panelists have also the slides. I think the next one, if I remember correctly, is Lee might have some slides. Sure. Next. from Element 5, showing some pictures of what it's been building. Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks Jennifer and all the organizers of the event. It's great to be here. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about mass timber, Element 5. So Element 5 is the only mass timber manufacturer in Ontario. We produce CLT and glulam. Company has been around for a bit. We started actually in 2015. I feel like we've been building towards this moment because mass timber was fairly new in 2015 when the company started. There was only a handful of manufacturers. Mass timber really started in Europe back in the late 1990s and didn't make its way over to North America till quite some time. So in 2015 it was fairly new. We built up a team of engineers, modelers, project managers, everything it takes in order to get these projects to fruition. And in 2019, we actually we got $50 million in funding to build this factory in St. Thomas, so just 2 hours down the road. You can see here we've got a 50,000 cubic meter annual production of cross-laminated timber. So that equals about 3 million square feet of floor plate that we can make, 5-ply floor plate, or about 6 million square feet of 3-ply floor plate. Our glulam production was a little bit, we were heavily focused on the CLT when we opened up the factory. For glulam, which is used for the columns and beams, we have a smaller capacity, about 5,000 cubic meters. So that actually forced us to work back with the Europeans. So it's actually quite easy to bring glulam over in a shipping container. Typically columns and beams will fit within a standard shipping container. But for cross-laminated timber, that's the walls, floors, and roof of the building structure. You typically want those panels to be as large as possible. So we produce those in St. Thomas up to 10'2" wide, actually 11'6", but our visual panel is 10'2" wide and up to 53 feet long. So that's what enabled these floor plates to go up so quickly. But it's hard to fit that in a shipping container. And obviously you want to be using local, sustainable Ontario wood for the most part. But our glulam capacity for that columns and beams was a little bit lower, so we started working with an Austrian firm called Hochschlager. They're the largest producer of glulam in the world, and they have 13 other facilities across Europe, 120-year-old family-owned business out of Austria. So in 2023, we got an investment from Hochschlager to do an expansion, and it was quite a large expansion. We were always going to expand our glulam capabilities, but it was a serendipitous moment where Hochschlager was looking for a partner within North America, and they had an extra glulam line kicking around. So this is actually a carbon copy of one of their most advanced glulam lines at their head office in Saxonburg, Austria. So you can see our factory floor plate went from 140,000 square feet to over 400,000 square feet. And we've added a nice mass timber office in the front, so I don't have to bring people in the side door of our steel building anymore. So it's actually a really beautiful office. If anybody wants to come and see the factory, I highly encourage that. We've added new CNC capabilities. So the production lines produce what we call raw billets. So glulam columns and beams come off the glulam line. CLT billets come off the CLT line, but you need CNC machines to actually cut these up and fabricate and machine them so that they're ready and they can be assembled on site like Lego. So we actually have 5 CNC machines working around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week down at the factory. The factory is running 3 shifts, 6 days a week. So we've been building up this backlog and pipeline and capacity, and I feel like this is a really serendipitous moment within the industry. We've been through a lot of it. As a company, we started a manufacturing, engineering wood manufacturing plant during COVID when commodity lumber prices went up 500%. So we've got a few scars, but we're stronger for it. One of the most important parts of the new factory is actually this lumber grading and sorting facility in the back. So typically the Canadian supply chain for dimensional lumber, a lot of it is just going down to the US or somewhere to build houses, and it's Bob at the mill has graded this as a number 2 or better, the same you get from Home Depot. This lumber grading and sorting facility has what's called the GoldenEye X-ray technology. It's by Microtech. It's a huge X-ray machine that actually grades the boards for X-rays them and gives them a strength characteristic and as well as visual quality. So we're actually able to fully utilize our Ontario supply chain to a much fuller extent. We can take what would have been visually graded lumber from the mill and upgrade that to a machine stress rated lumber. We can take our FSC sustainable supply chain and use that for our high strength glulam. So it's really a game changer on a lot of fronts, investing in that lumber grading and sorting facility. It's one of only a handful of GoldenEye machines in North America.
And of course, we have the new glulam line, which now has a 50,000 cubic meter production annual throughput. So instantly making us one of the largest facilities in North America for CLT and glulam with 100,000 cubic meter output. Just as a reference, like we could easily do, 3 million square feet of floor plate, that would be about 60,000 square foot buildings that we could produce right now. So we've really geared ourselves up for the challenge of the housing crisis that we find ourselves in. The main products, I've talked a little bit about it, CLT and glulam. CLT used for the floor, wall, and roof assemblies. Again, we make those up to 11 feet wide and 52 feet long, about 3.5 meters by 16 meters. The glulam, same thing, we make that up to about 13.5 meters, and in all different sections and sizes for the columns and beams required for this structure. So we're making a full structural kit of parts for the building to be flat packed, delivered to site. So as opposed to other full volumetric systems, we're flat pack delivering this, which gives us a little bit greater variability to deliver to longer distances and still be very cost effective on the logistics. We're still doing a digital twin of the building, and we're coordinating all of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing openings so that these buildings are still getting assembled on site. And you've thought through the coordination of all these systems so that when trades get in there, not only does the building go up very, very quickly, but it gets fitted out extremely fast too, and there's far less change orders, site instructions, which gives owners a lot more cost certainty. So I want to go back one actually. So we have, that doesn't happen without a great team behind you, and that's what we've been building up, systems, processes, and a team over the last 10 years. It's not an easy thing to just jump out of the gate and start producing millions of square feet and multiple buildings. You have to have a great team in place. And so we've got an amazing estimating team. We've got a very robust engineering team that we've built up, over 25 engineers on staff now, 25 modelers. These are the people that are putting these projects together and bringing them to fruition and executing on them so that we can scale up and harness the industrialized processes in our factory and get more of this product out the door. So the team is essential, the factory is there, and we're working with preferred installers right across North America, really heavily focused on Canada right now, obviously, to put these buildings up. But depending on the size, scale, and maybe union requirements of the building, we've got teams across the country that can put these buildings up cost effectively and very quickly. So we started out the gate in 2021. The factory broke ground in 2019. This is one of our first projects to come out in early 2021 once we had all our certifications and all the equipment was commissioned. It's a 26,000 square foot affordable housing project, 41 unit women's shelter in Kitchener, Ontario. This building is entirely CLT because we weren't certified for glulam yet, so we designed it with CLT, but we designed it under a design build delivery method with the team to optimize it for mass timber. It has to be optimized for mass timber to get the cost to be competitive and to really harness the abilities of the offsite manufacturing. So this building went up, the structure went up in 18 days. But I think the real point here is that we went from schematic concept design to occupied in about 12 months on this project. And we replicated it. We've done it several times. I think we have over 22 affordable housing projects now complete or in construction, 5 of those with our partners here, a lot of the partners in the room, across Canada. So this is just a few of them that we've completed recently, but we have several more in construction in Toronto right now and across the country. And the construction schedule is just something to talk to you about again. Like, wood is light, so you can use less concrete foundations. You can use less soil remediation. You can be building the building off-site while you're doing the concrete work on-site. Those can happen in parallel. Like I said, we've coordinated all the MEP, so that portion is going to go together quite quickly. We can even use mass timber as the envelope, and hopefully we're using timber as the beautiful exposed finish, which reduces more trades on-site. And helps the building go together faster. So there's so much value for so many different stakeholders with these mass timber buildings, and I think that's why it's so popular right now. Is it's sustainable. It goes up quickly. It looks beautiful. And I just wanted to finish off. We've talked a lot about affordable housing, but I really think it's important that the private sector and market rate housing are utilizing these industrialized offsite manufacturing processes as well. And we're showing that with, this building was on the cover of Architectural Record magazine in the summer. And I just think it's a showcase of what a beautiful, warm, mass timber, multifamily building can be. And so super proud of this one and others that we're doing with the private sector, because we need all of it to come together to really scale this industry. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Last but not least, we got Aaron. I call this Mr. Money Guy here. I think you have a couple slides.
Yeah,
right?
a couple slides.
Tell us
I'll
where
do
you're
mine
hiding
sitting
money.
because I'm not a stand at the podium type of guy. First and foremost, thanks to Jen and Danby and Shauna and all the team for organizing. I mean, we're the last group, or almost last group. The day's gone away. The day's gone fantastically. So thank you very much for all the effort. It's been awesome, and looking forward to a conversation with you guys. Yeah, so quickly, First National Financial, largest commercial lender in Canada. We focus predominantly on CMHC financing, so therefore our mortgages are insured, which means we focus almost exclusively on apartments. We're the largest CMHC insured lender in Canada. We did about 11 to 12, or we're going to do about 11 to 12 billion of new origination in 2025, which puts us about 10 to 15% of all CMHC insured term mortgages. And then we're very active on the construction space. We've got an active book of about $6 billion of active apartment construction loans. Vast majority of that is CMHC insured. And that makes us by far the largest apartment construction lender in Canada. And in that book, we're about 25% of all apartment financing in the country, which means if you think about across Canada, there's 1 of every 4 active construction loans are financed by First National. My job, I run the operations for First National, which kind of puts me in the middle of a little bit of everything. One of my roles is partner with CMHC, and so I'm staring at Vesna, who works at CMHC, is to be the relationship manager and manage the CMHC partnership, and of course manage all the policies and work with CMHC to make sure that what we're doing on the front end as approved lender kind of jives with CMHC and what they're doing from their policy perspective. And so I find myself here today because I knew that CMHC was working on sort of a modular pilot. Of course, I'm a real estate nerd. I guess I should mention I also co-host the Commercial Real Estate Podcast. And so I've done 400 episodes with experts all around the country on every nook and cranny of a topic within commercial real estate. So I knew modular was coming. I could see how modular may be of value to the apartment industry, to the affordability challenges that we're having in our industry, et cetera. And so I started working with CMHC and Vesna actually in particular, to try to figure out just how First National could help with the rolling out a financing solution for modular. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to take it back, Yves, and we can jump into...
Maybe I'll jump into some spicy discussions.
Sure.
And,
spicy. My slide speaks to what I'll say, so maybe I'll go back to it afterwards.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aaron. So we have now 33 minutes, so let's jump right into some interesting points that our panelists have already made, maybe starting with Teresa. So we've been talking about permitting process, and you mentioned in Calgary, you literally turn things upside down by granting a full building permit before things even started. But you can imagine in Toronto in particular, we're still struggling to get shoring excavation permits sometimes. And you can imagine I'm going to bet all my money that building with a crane on top, and they're still running on a conditional structural permit that don't have a full permit. Right? We're laughing, but we accept this is like the way of life for us in Toronto. However, my understanding is that to build modular, according to the CSA 8277, that you need to have a full building permit granted before you could even fabricate. Maybe that is something I want to pick your brain on. How did you do it in Calgary? And how can we do it better in Toronto? Because we kind of want to learn from your experience, because I don't think our current system will work right now.
Well, I'm also not going to say that everything is perfect, and even though I think we've been having really great success, there's a lot of room for improvement in specific areas. I think foundationally, you have to say what are your priorities. And my board, who just turned over on Monday, 14 councillors and a mayor, they said that housing was a priority. And the way that the city can facilitate and scale up housing is obviously through economic grants, offset programs, et cetera. But the biggest lever in our purse is how fast you can get your permits. And so we went from a single or silo type or departmental level review to what I had on the slide. It's called DART, which is our Development Application Review Team. It's all specialists underneath 2 generalists. So there's only 2 people making decisions, and there's only 1 person that's shepherding the urban planner and the engineer are together. And all parts of the permit, so even like the waste, the fire, everything goes through that. It's not perfect, and we will see some conflicting pieces, but it's on the team to rectify that, as opposed to like sending out the review and having you chase through people, chase permits. The other piece on the building permit, so of course you can't get your permit released until you have your zoning or have your development permit. But what we have decided is that some things just don't actually need development permits anymore. We know what they need. If you need drainage only, but you don't need all the other stuff, add that layer to your building permit. There's nothing prohibiting that. We need to confirm, obviously, all of the site servicing, et cetera, but there's nothing that requires us to process things the way we have always processed them. And that kind of mentality is how I run my department. All the engineers, everyone is under me, which I think helps, so that we're not actually going to 15 different departments. Everybody is under community planning.
Thank you. I think that's a great answer. I'm not sure if our chief planner in Toronto is here today.
Jason and I talk
Jason,
about
yeah.
this, and I grew up in Hamilton, and I see the change that's happening here. I think we've always done it one way as a profession, and we know that the way we've always done it doesn't work anymore. We know that, everyone's screaming about it. So if we can't change it, who can?
Perfect, thank you. So a bit on the, still a bit on the permitting, but more on inspections. So again, my understanding of modular construction require off-site inspection before those homes can be delivered on-site. Maybe I'm looking at Lee here in terms of how does municipalities and the province deal with this type of like highly unusual off-site inspections before things are being delivered on-site, and how do you manage that process?
Yes, I mean, for our system, we're doing the flat pack modular. So what we're making in the factory is actually the structural components. And it could be an all-mass timber structure, or it could be some sort of hybrid that we're interfacing with steel or light wood frame or cold form steel. Sometimes an all-mass timber solution isn't the best option, and a lot of the times it is. But we're making the structural components. So for us, our construction site is our factory, and that plays into construction financing and also inspection. So what we're doing is, and you talked about building permits. There's a lot of work that has to be done before building permits by the team, and the supply chain really needs to be engaged to make sure that that structure is fully optimized and going to come in at a cost-effective number that's actually going to get built, right? So having some structural solutions that are pre-vetted by design teams might be a great idea. But we've got to do a lot of work to get to a building permit set. Typically, you're going to want at least indicative connections. Some municipalities want stamped connection design from us as a manufacturer. And if we get held up at building permit, it's just a real stutter in the whole process, right? We've got to do a lot of work before building permit, a lot of work after. So if there's a pause during getting that building permit, it really slows down the whole process and screws up your schedule and everything else, all the planning that you've done. For us, there's even more work to do after you get to 100% CDs. Once we get to 100% construction documents, as an offsite manufacturer, I'm going to take that and I'm going to give you my interpretation of that design through an issued for approval set. So from the CD set, I'm actually going to build a full 3D model, a digital twin of the building that has all of the steel interfaces, all of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, penetrations shown as they go through my structural elements. And I'm going to create a set of drawings that show that, and that'll be my interpretation of the drawing that we give back to the consultants, the building department. Everybody has a look at that and approves that. Once those are approved, they usually come back with a couple comments. Nothing's ever perfect the first time, but once we have those comments integrated, I can't make anything until then. So there's an extra process in the design side, but that's what enables the speed of construction on site, is all the work you've done and planning, and you've built that building. You're building it twice. You build it digitally, and then you build it on site, and you're assembling it on site. And the more proper work you've done on the front end, the less challenges and surprises you're going to have on the back end. And it's a lot cheaper to do something on a computer and click your way through that change than try to do it on site with change orders and site instructions, and everybody stops what they're doing and starts finger pointing. So you're going to put the time in somewhere. It's better to put it on in the front end. But as for the inspections, I mean, that's really our inspection, is issuing that issued for approval set and saying, this is what we're going to make in our factory. Do you agree with this? Yep. And then when it shows up to site, everything is good, and we've got a nice construction sequence laid out that we can go and everybody's happy.
Thank you, thank you. Now, one more question for you. So I actually told my 10-year-old son I'm coming to this modular summit this morning, and he asked me, is building modular like building Legos? Like, because we're all trying to really like find innovative solutions here. But maybe a question for Lee, just continue on this discussion. What exactly is modular housing, right? You mentioned mass timber. I was talking to Mark Richardson from Housing Now. He said, well, here's some good idea about the steel frame structure, right? Yeah. I know you guys work on modular. I believe I saw Grove Construction told me about the steel frame. I grew up in Hong Kong. They do the mix system using mostly construction with steels. There's so many products out there, and I'm sure we talk modular, but what exactly is modular and why is it better? From your point of view, I know last panel was talking about the cost could be a little bit higher. Is it true? Because I'm hoping that it's actually cheaper. And is there some experiences you could actually share with us from construction standpoint?
I mean, if you're just looking at material, and I get this all the time from cost consultants, quantity surveyors, people come and say, hey, wood costs more than concrete, or the material prices aren't lining up. But I mean, you really have to look at the project holistically, right? So we're harnessing industrialized processes in the factory under perfect tolerances. We're running basically 24 hours a day, but the weather conditions, everything's always perfect in the factory, and we're setting ourselves up for success on site. And compressing that construction schedule on site has a lot of trickle down benefits in terms of reducing your general conditions costs, reducing the amount of site trailers, reducing the time you need builder's risk insurance, reducing the interest payments you're paying on your construction loan. You're getting your building occupied faster, which is giving you return on investment and cash flow quicker. So when you start looking at that all holistically, that's when you become cost parity, and over a 30-year life cycle of a building, when you've got mass timber with great thermal mass and your energy costs are down, and you're all of these added benefits over the life cycle, actually, you start to see that it's a better product over time, and your costs are actually cheaper. So the asterisk there is that you have to have an effective design, a cost-effective design. Mass timber is not going to do everything concrete does. I mean, that's just the truth, right? The difference is, though, if you want concrete to do something outside of ideal design parameters, the costs go up like this. With mass timber, you really have to work within some certain constraints in order to get your building to be cost effective. And when you get outside of those constraints, the cost can go up quickly. And that's why we like to engage, we'd like to encourage that you engage the supply chain early, and you work with us and our engineering team and engineers and architects that have experience in the product, so that we can stay within those constraints and have successful projects and have more data points. I think we're getting the snowball rolling here because we have enough data points with our 20 to 25 affordable housing projects that we've successfully executed on, that the momentum is there and the proof is in the pudding. And a lot of people are a little bit less risk adverse when they see some data points and say, hey, this is happening. You guys have proven it time and time again. Let's keep the momentum going. And as there's more of that, insurance rates come down. There's all these trickle down effects. So, what is modular? It's taking advantage of off-site manufacturing, industrialized processes, and compressing the construction schedule, increasing the quality, and getting, scaling up production so we can build more houses faster.
Got you. Agreed. Thank you. Aaron, I know you're so used to interview people. instead of waiting for questions.
Yeah, I'm
gonna throw a
not
question.
comfortable answering questions. I like
So,
asking questions.
so I do have a lot of experience working with First National. One of my projects that I in the past in the private industry involved a RCFI loan managed by a First National. Great experience. However, I do want to point out the fact that there are times where I wanted to do a precast. That's one of the projects where I had to do precast building envelope that is built offsite somewhere in Barrie, which is a $20 million contract. And suddenly, CMC told me that, hey, Eve, I can't fund it until it's delivered on site, which is like, it was kind of early in the process, kind of like become a shock to us. And then suddenly we got to kind of scramble to find $20 million equity to like temporary equity funding, right? And like luckily like I find money, but you can imagine if I'm now at TCXC, the challenge of finding $20 million in capital could be a challenge. And you can imagine now everything modular is being constructed offsite. And I'm curious, like, how's your worldview of financing for modular? I know Lisa from BC Build said they found a solution. I'm curious, like, what's your solution and how could it be applicable to Ontario?
I'll reference Lisa one more time, and maybe they asked the question that you asked Lee. What is modular? I mean, I had her on the podcast earlier today, and she said we should really probably change the language, right? And maybe she said that earlier today and I missed it, but it's just offsite construction, right? That's really what we're talking about, whether it's panelization or volumetric modular or whatever it may be. So whether it's the precast or it's whatever, it's just offsite construction, and that is the challenge. So really quickly, if it's unfamiliar, financing, we like to fund, we do fund once the material is affixed to the site, right? I take security to that piece of land through a mortgage on title, and I will give money to the borrower who has paid for the development of whatever it may be. If they poured the concrete and put the rebar in, I get a cost consultant to go and validate that concrete and that rebar has been affixed to the site, and then I go and I pay for it. And that's because I've got security of those things that are now being affixed to the site. So of course, as soon as you introduce off-site construction, I no longer have security against that material, and yet the off-site manufacturers are expecting payment for those things that they're putting together. And so, yeah, right? So it creates this crux. And so when I got into this sort of journey through trying to figure out how we can participate in the modular, the off-site construction, it was apparent to me that the financing challenge was one of the major cogs in sort of unleashing more off-site development, whatever it may be, from mass timber to whatever. And so, I think almost it's fortuitously, because of my relationship with CMHC, and I think CMHC, of course, is always listening and looking for ways to participate. They had already kind of been down this road and been exploring how to solve that problem. And so it has been solved. Like I'm the messenger. It wasn't me. It was solved by CMHC, but you need to leverage approved lenders, so we can help you with it. And the solution, quite simply, and I think it's kind of eloquent, is bonding. You just need to get the contract between you, the developer, the owner of the land, and the manufacturer who's providing you that offsite construction. That contract where they have to provide to you whatever that material is that's being developed offsite, as long as that contract is bonded through a surety provider, meaning in the event that something goes wrong with that contract, the insurance company steps in and finishes the contract or finds a way and makes sure that this contract gets completed, then we're comfortable. And through CMHC Insurance, you get a certificate of insurance for your mortgage that basically just has a couple of additional clauses that, it requires CSA standards to be met. It requires, full bonding done for the contract. It requires sort of transportation insurance, little things like that. But for the most part, it's effectively solved. And therefore, you can then access any of the CMHC mortgage loan insurance products, the MLI insurance. That includes MLI Select, which is the one that allows you, if you have some affordability or environmental or accessibility components or social benefits to your program, to your product, your premium gets discounted. You can get higher leverage points. You get discounted in your debt service coverages. So you can get upwards of 90-95% loan to cost on your modular development, your offsite project, as long as you can get that contract bonded.
That's the question, though, right?
So this is and this is the crux, and maybe this leads us into just a general conversation, right? challenge
who should
there.
provide the bonding?
Pardon me?
You think, like, say, TCXC contract element 5 to do a
Well, it's the manufacturer, right? Like, and so this would be more a question for Lee about whether
Yeah.
he's bondable or not. And so these surety providers, if it's useful, the surety company will, all they really do is ask for 3 years of financial statements from the manufacturer and want to do a review of the financials and look at the balance sheet to make sure that they're confident that that contract will be delivered regardless of what happens, right?
Yeah, yeah, and bonding. I mean, if every contract you go and get that requires bonding, I mean, like we're fortunate enough to be part of a larger company and be well financed, so bonding is not a huge issue. But you do have a certain amount of bonding capacity within companies, right? So if you're doing 100 projects a year and every one of them has to be bonded, you're going to run out of your aggregate bonding capacity fairly quickly, right? So we're looking at alternative methods like bank guarantees and other things like that.
And there can
to
be
avoid
alternatives to bonding. Yeah, and I think this is just the new environment, right? And I think it's interesting sitting here watching this fantastic event. A lot of conversation about just how the public sector is going to be motivating these things, right? And how the public sector is going to be participating in these things, and so they could operate maybe on a different risk level. I'm obviously a private lender, and I finance almost exclusively private development. So I can tell you from a private to private perspective, that bonding is going to be a requirement for those projects. And so figuring out to get the scale necessary, but that's maybe the next step, right? And find the manufacturers that are large enough, that are sophisticated enough, that are ultimately bondable.
Yeah, what we've seen, and oh, sorry.
No, I was going to add though, it talks to the maturity of the sector and the piece around maturity. And the more that we do something, the better tools we have to mitigate risk. And like you said, if there is a political or a government role in this, we did a hard look at development charges as part of this idea of scaling up. And some of the development charge, taking a letter of credit has different implications than actually taking the funds themselves.
Absolutely.
And what is our risk tolerance as a municipality? But I think as a sector, as this sector matures, the tools that are available to mitigate those types of risks, so you're not taking and holding all kinds of, you can't do the 100th project because you're up.
Well, and to
on
be
all your
fair, bonding used to be standard, right? Like, I don't know, it's beyond my scale, but back in the 90s, it was just every development was bonded. And we did, as part of our due diligence, just getting this program sort of rolled out, with CMHC, was talk to a whole bunch of surety providers who really have just not had to do it for a long time. Right. And so now they're kind of dusting off their policy books, going, oh yeah, right, okay, we can do this. And I think it also just takes a mind shift with some of the manufacturers to go, okay, well, I'm gonna have to get my bonding levels increased, right? Just to be able to provide, I mean, again, just take a step back. We're here for the modular summit, but this is a housing affordability sort of discussion at large, and it's going to take the private sector and the public sector and off-site construction and lots of other things to be able to solve this problem. And this is just one aspect of it.
Right. Yeah, and a piece to that is really around rewarding performance, though. And so if I think about how development charges work, the better you are, the better you perform, the more insurance or the more projects you have, the less securities that we take as municipalities, as an example.
So like car insurance company.
Exactly.
You're a good driver, you got
if you're a good driver, I have teenagers, so I understand this completely.
And that would be, and that great comment, because I mean, working with our partners at CMHC, let's say I've got, Mattamy Homes, who's entered the manufacturing space here in Toronto. Mattamy is Peter Gilgan, a very, very large, easily bondable.
They're all over Calgary.
And then if I've got a large, multi-billion-dollar sophisticated organization that's the developer on that side, now I've got two multi-billion-dollar organizations, I probably have a little bit less concern about the performance on that, but that's a different scale, right? I think at the onset, we're going to be talking about smaller developers and smaller manufacturers.
Now, you bring that up a very good point is, I know, and sorry to kind of like jump into discussion, but there are, as you can imagine, Toronto, I'm going to use Quayside as an example, right? There was an RFP that went out 2 months ago asking like nonprofit partners to come in to build Quayside. Obviously, that's not a modular example, but you can imagine there's some smaller nonprofit who want to do something, but they don't have $1 billion. They probably have millions of dollars on the balance sheet. And how can you, from a financing perspective, help the little guy to succeed in delivering like modular housing? Because they don't know how to do it, and maybe the insurance company
so I mean, certainly they've got to familiarize themselves. I think Teresa kind of hinted on this, or I think this is ultimately probably the theme of this whole gathering, is that we all have a very basic knowledge of this industry, and we need to learn over time. And so I think there are lots of tools to do that. I'm sure you've got sort of a consulting arm, right? If I'm a developer and I've never built with mass timber and I want to start, I probably come call you, and you're going to explain to me sort of the challenges, right? There's the Canadian Offsite Alliance, which is, I can see the founder sitting right there. You can join that group. There's a group of people that are working on offsite projects, and they can share information. Like, there's lots of ways to do it. From a financing perspective, I mean, the reality is through the federal government, through CMHC Insurance, you're afforded the exact same programs as anybody else, whether you're a multi-billion-dollar pension fund or you're looking to do your first sixplex or 5-plex, or it's 5 units or more to qualify for CMHC Insurance. You're offered the same program, so it is available to you. But I would suggest getting the expertise, getting consultants and things like that. Can I go on one quick tangent while I've got the mic, just quickly? And Teresa mentioned it, just about development charges. And so I've been doing this. I've been doing the rounds, talking to anybody and everyone that will listen to me, and I got you all sitting here, so you've got no choice. Development charges are a great tool for motivation and to incentivize, as long as they're waived and not deferred. And I'm curious, actually, Teresa, if you've come across this or not. So, of course, I'm giving out this mortgage and I'm financing the development, and that's fine for DC deferrals during that development phase. But as soon as I term out my mortgage, I can't have outstanding taxes at that point, right? Property taxes have to be paid. DCs, being a form of tax, has to be paid. And we're hearing and seeing municipalities across the country talking about 5-year and 10-year DC deferrals is a great way to keep costs down, incent development. And we've had clients now show up with this DC deferral for 5 or 10 years, and we go, oh, really sorry, but I can't honor that. I can't recognize that. You have to have your DCs paid at occupancy. And that's not just not First National. That's a lending industry-wide. It's a CMHC policy. Like, it's just I'm just curious if you were aware of that or not.
So we have different programs that you can participate in, like a 20, 40, 40, essentially. So staggering your DCs. The conversation, though, if I bring it way up to the scale, is what are we using DCs for, and what are the funding mechanisms to offset those charges? So if homeowners, who are the ones that are paying for them in the end, are not paying for the recreation fee, who is? And so I would say the conversation probably relates to that. We keep talking about the municipalities and the federal. This provincial role that's in the middle obviously is a big consideration here, but total deferral is not possible.
Yeah, waiver's fine, but then someone's got to cover the cost to you. Yeah.
Correct, but a total deferral right now in our current system is just not possible.
No.
Now, I'm going to jump to Lee and ask this question, probably more generally for the panel as well. What is the most common mistakes you've seen developers or architects or consultants make? Like you can imagine, I would say 90% of consultants and developers sitting in this room on the city know how to do conventional very well, right? But when it comes to modular, we all have a learner's permit right now. And the last thing you want to do is change orders. I've been told that change order in modular housing is even more challenging because once it's built, it's built. Yeah. So kind of curious, what's your view of it? You've been through 100 units now. Can you tell us, like, what's the one most common mistakes you've seen, and maybe so that we could learn from
I mean, I think the most common mistake is probably like an obvious one of just not engaging your supply chain early enough. And getting too far down a design path that is not optimal for modular offsite manufacturing. So I see it time and time and time again where, if we just would have made a small change in your grid, the most important part for a mass timber building to be cost effective is really the structural grid spacing. We're making CLT floor plates out of 3-ply, which are about 4 inches thick, 5-ply, 7-ply. The most ideal floor plate is a 5-ply, 7-inch thick, at a 20-foot span, and I've got a 40-foot panel spanning 2 20-foot bays. If you get down a path that you've got a 22-foot or 23-foot bay, you know, we could have just changed that a little bit earlier on. We do have flexibility in different strength grades, but for me to go to 5-ply to 7-ply, I just added 30% volume to my floor plate, and that over 200,000 square feet or whatever the size of the building is, that's just a job killer, right? So these buildings can be death by 1,000 cuts, and you know, engaging your supply chain is only a phone call away to get a second opinion. Like, I will pick up the phone day or night and talk about a project, send me the drawings, I'll have our team look at it, our engineering team will analyze it, we'll give you blunt feedback on, if you're too far along with this one, let's get the next one, at least you know what you're looking for. But we can be very cost effective on design, schedule, and execution if we're engaged. So I mean, that's the most obvious one. There's a million things that can happen down the line, probably other challenges, but just pick up the phone and call somebody for some advice before you get too far along down a path and it's too much rework to change it and be cost effective. You don't want, and also just making changes later. Like you said, you want to make a design and stick to it. For me to start, once we get to that 100% CDs and I'm in my shop drawing phase, and then the architect says, oh, actually, I just want to move this over here, I want to change that, or you know, that just drags things to a halt. And also coordination, like we're building stuff off-site, so you have to coordinate beforehand, or I can't build much off-site if it's not designed. So I want to know where my major penetrations are for mechanical. Mechanical coordination is one of the larger challenges to get set in, so I can cut those out in the factory and you get those installed quickly on site. So you got to have consultants that are ready to buy into the approach, and your delivery method too. I mean, a lot of the public procurement delivery methods of lump sum bids don't really work because the consultants bring it all the way to CDs before engaging your supply chain. So, you know, the design build methodology or delivery method we've found the most successful and faster. And you've got construction management also works well. IPD can work well if you got a great team. But, you know, a collaborative environment to get these projects designed early and think about all the implications, because it can be a butterfly effect, and the last thing you want is a surprise later on when it's too late and you have to make a change.
So a lot of coordination between all the stakeholders.
Bringing in stakeholders earlier, more engagement with ownership.
Yeah, how often do you get someone that shows up that says, hey, I've got the design, I've got the permits, I want to make it mass timber? Like
yeah, lots of people do.
We get that a lot.
It doesn't work a lot of the time.
I would add that there is also a sweet spot between the regulations as well. So you want something that's set, like I said, reverse the process so that the zoning mimics your building form. That helps on things like appeals and not having to go to committee of adjustment or anything along those lines. But don't hamstring yourself so that when you're out and actually doing the work, you don't have enough flexibility to make the adjustment. Something that was really enlightening to my team when we first started seeing these permits was there were no small shifts. Like you'll often see that when you're going through zoning, they're like, well, can you move the building like a foot this way or six inches this way? That's just not possible when you're dealing with standardized units. And I think that was almost like a head explode moment inside the development authority rooms, because they had to come to terms with allowing enough flexibility in the zoning but nailing it down enough so that, especially when we're talking about affordable housing, we want to minimize the routes to getting into an appeal because of something so small.
Thank you, Teresa. I think Jen's giving me one of these. Like,
Yeah.
we're 45 seconds over right now, but maybe I'll say any kind of last word that you have for
Well, I'm really inspired by this talk. I've been in this space for a really long time, and Jen and I are both on the National Housing Council, and we talk about these a lot. And I love that we're getting into these scales where we're talking about very important details that unlock this, but at the same time talking about the big moves that need to be made in our country to make sure that it goes. And my commitment is that where I will, and have the power, that I will use it to make sure that these things can be worked out.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much to our panel. I'm just, I'm a bit gobsmacked. It was incredibly wide-ranging, but at the same time, incredibly rich, the discussion. And so Thank you all so much. Aaron, Lee, Teresa, and Yves, you did a wonderful job. I have to say that there's a lot of takeaways here, I think, for other municipalities across the country in terms of how you're doing things in Calgary. So it's very, very inspiring to hear you speaking, because you're definitely out ahead, I think, in many ways. Just as Aaron is out ahead on the financing and talking about the bonding, these are really practical challenges that you face on a project that is modular. And I love it. Lee telling us to get in early, come talk to you early. I love the level of sophistication in terms of integrating and doing the 3D mock-up of the entire project with the mechanical systems, making sure that everything works. We've learned this on some of our projects, working with the grid, as opposed to thinking, you have to standardize. This is about standardizing, and the best people to talk to about that are the people in the factory that are going to make sure that that standard is something that can be delivered. So I think linking together the 3 areas that all of you work in, and of course, Yves is the one with the land. Yep. Yves has a lot of land. A ton of land, actually, so, and a passion for affordable housing. So this was just a brilliant conversation. Thank you to all 4 of you. Your prize today is
a baseball.
What could it possibly be?
World Series tickets.
It's a baseball cap.
Go Jays.
So I'd like to give you this baseball cap, and I'll momentarily call up our next presentation. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was
Thank
so
you.
fun.
That was excellent.
Appreciate it.
Our panel, as our friends are leaving the stage, I'm going to call up our next presenters. Oh, we're going to get some photographs first, as we should. Hold on, I'm going to pop into this.
No, you're great.
Tight there. Okay. Great. Okay. We are nearing the end of our day, but not without, again, a focus on what's practically happening. And I'm thrilled to be calling up representatives from ATCO Structures, Mike and Ben, and from CPCI, the Canadian Precast Pre-Stressed Concrete Institute, and Jaden from Attainable Homes Calgary, who is building with ATCO Structures and follows beautifully on some of what we've been hearing about from Teresa, because he's doing so on behalf of the city of Calgary. I'm thrilled to call them up to cap off our conversation by, again, showing us how it's being done, showing us what's happening in the landscapes of Canadian cities today in the modular space. So please join me in welcoming Mike, Ben, and Jaden for a closing presentation.
Good. Crisis averted. You going first? Yeah. Yeah. Let's sit down. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Bell. I'm a producer member of CPCI. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm pleased to be here to discuss how prefab precast concrete can provide a resilient solution to Canada's housing crisis. I know it's been a long day, so I'm tasked with keeping this on time and on script. Since the early 1900s, precast concrete industry within North America has steadily expanded, initially focusing in on largely infrastructure projects.
The application of precast concrete extends well beyond this traditional infrastructure, now offering solutions for industrial, commercial, and residential sectors. Specific to residential, is increasingly becoming more and more popular for low to mid-rise apartment buildings, condos, hotels, and care homes. Today, within the precast sector of Canada, it's well established, with manufacturing from coast to coast. There's over 70 different facilities within Canada represented under CPCI. Our approach focuses on efficiency and quality. By producing components offsite in a controlled facility, we're able to ensure each piece meets the highest standards of durability and precision. This methodology also helps us avoid weather-related delays that often slow down traditional construction. What's more, many phases of the buildings can happen simultaneously. For example, when the foundation is being installed on site, many of these precast components are being fabricated within the facility, being able to accelerate the construction timeline. Precast construction can help address the housing crisis by significantly reducing build times, often by 20 to 50%, which accelerates the supply of new residential units onto the market. By manufacturing 50 to 100% of the components in a controlled precast factory, we're able to decrease waste, improve the quality control, and enable continuous construction regardless of the weather, ultimately delivering the housing units faster onto the market. In addition to significantly reducing construction schedules, prefabricated concrete can help lower costs and, most importantly, offers a long-lasting, resilient building. All our Canadian-made products increase local jobs, manufacturing, and regional supply chains, helping boost all the local economies. Now on to some example projects. So this is Harvest View Apartments. It's a multi-residential development located in Tillsonburg, Ontario. It's about 2 hours away from here, actually not too far away from Element 5. This 8-story building is home to 132 modern apartments, offering a mix of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom units designed to meet a variety of housing needs for the local community. This project was built utilizing the total precast system, which includes hollow core floors, exterior cladding walls, load-bearing walls, shaft walls, balconies, stairs, and landings. The windows were also installed within the factory to improve both quality and efficiency on site. By using optimized concrete elements and concrete mix designs, utilizing local raw materials, we're able to reduce the the carbon emissions, sorry, that one was a little difficult, but we're able to reduce the carbon emissions to only 222 kilograms of CO2 per square meter. This is well below the current carbon limits set out by Tier 2 of the City of Toronto. This is highlighting the strong environmental performance of what is capable of utilizing concrete. Most impressively, the entire project was completed in just 12 months. This is from scraping of ground to when we were actually able to receive occupancy for this site. Harvest View Apartments is more than just a building. It's a model of efficient design and forward-thinking engineering for the future of residential development. This is Cheris Village. It's a non-for-profit organization committed to offering faith-based senior housing in Lacoma, Alberta. As the need for more senior housing grew, Cheris Village needed a new building. This made it essential to find a solution that could be designed and quickly built. The precaster was responsible for designing, manufacturing, and constructing the 4-story complex. Aside from the roof, the entire structure is built utilizing precast concrete elements, including the parking garage. The building features 46 units and a below-grade parking. Precast concrete was the optimal solution because of the added fire protection, lower annual maintenance, operational costs, and the accelerated construction schedule. It only took 10 days to produce the concrete wall panels, 24 days to produce the precast hollow core system, and 45 days to install it. The overall construction only took 8 months for this building. This is Le Normand. Located in Ottawa, Ontario, this 6-story housing complex with 156 units organized into several color-coded volumes featuring 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. This building was used a cast-in-place structural system with precast concrete panels. For the building enclosure, the windows and ventilation grills were pre-installed within the plan, improving quality and precision while protecting the materials from the weather. This prefabrication approach greatly reduced the on-site time and cost. In total, 550 panels were installed in just 50 days. It's a strong example of how efficient design and modern construction methods can deliver high-quality housing quickly and cost-effectively. This is Odea, Montreal. Odea, Montreal is a remarkable 26-story development featuring 367 apartments, 68 condos, and multiple office spaces and retail areas. Its design, inspired by the shape of a canoe in the boreal forest, pays tribute to the Cree Nation, one of Canada's largest First Nation groups. The building combines cast-in-place structure with precast concrete enclosure, chosen for both the efficiency and the symbolism. The white textured concrete evokes bark of a birch tree, reflecting the project's deep cultural inspiration. By using precast concrete, much of the work, including the window installation, was completed in the factory, streamlining construction. In just 35 days, 569 precast panels were installed, showcasing innovation, precision, and respect for the heritage. Now on to the keys of success if you're going to be going into kind of looking at precast design. A lot of this has already been talked about today, but I'll still go through it. So in order to leverage the benefits of prefabricated precast, there's a few important steps for success. First, let's start with early collaboration and collaboration as a group. When all stakeholders, consultants, and contractors come together early in the process, we can identify the challenges sooner, align the goals, and streamline the entire workflow. This proactive approach minimizes rework, saves time, and ensures that the final design fully supports performance and constructability. Next, design optimization and repeatability. By leveraging design tools, proving engineering methods, we can optimize each element for efficiency and quality. Repeatable designs allow for consistent results across multiple projects, reducing costs and ensuring reliability through to construction. Moving on to standardization, proven solutions. Using established precast design standards and components, this allows us to accelerate the construction without compromising quality. These tried and tested solutions minimize uncertainty, simplify installation, and keep projects on schedule. Finally, coordination. With integrated precast solutions, we reduce the amount of trades needed on site. This leads to a simpler logistics, fewer scheduling conflicts, and a smoother construction process overall. Ultimately, it's about efficiency, safety, and delivering projects faster to the group. By following these steps to success, modular construction with precast is a very viable solution. Thank you for your time today. Forums like this provide a great platform to bring government officials, key decision makers together and discuss the important issues, but also discuss solutions to the group. We are confident that the precast concrete industry can be part of the solution and reshape housing in Canada, offering significantly reduced construction schedules, costs, and most importantly, still providing a resilient, long-lasting building outline for the case studies. If you'd like to discuss more, we are still in the atrium, so we'd be happy to chat during the reception.
What's up, buddy? Hi, everybody. Here we go. 12 minutes and 40 seconds, Benoit.
All right.
Jennifer laughs. This part of the agenda today is called Afternoon Reflections. So let's lean into that for a second. First to Jennifer and team, what an unbelievable job today. So thank you for putting this together. Really good. Really good on every level. Really appreciate this. Really appreciate the hospitality for a couple of Alberta guys and a bunch of other Westerners that are here. I have to say it, I'm wearing 4 shades of blue at least. So let's get a win tomorrow night in the game, right? That's important. No one's said that yet today. Right. Yes. And 2 Alberta guys wearing ties. No one else has. The world, what a wonderful world we're in, right? Fire away.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. Seems like the crowd has thinned a bit, but you know, we saved the best for last, and we're happy to be on the panel tonight. So good afternoon. My name is Ben Gagne. I'm the Senior Vice President for ATCO Structures in Canada. We're a manufacturer of modular buildings. So we're not precast, we're not timber, we are not steel. We are very much married to wood frame modular construction, volumetric as we've referred to it today. And we've been doing it for 75 years, so it's not new to us. It's very much something that is ingrained in our DNA at ATCO. And ATCO, you know, the acronym there is Alberta Trailer Company. So this is very much part of our roots. You know, if we were to rename that today, it might have been Alberta Modular Company because the vernacular has changed over the time. But we're very much happy to be here today. We haven't been around as long as Kalashnikov, but I'll say we've been doing modular in Canada and globally probably longer than anybody else has. So we're really proud of that. And we've taken what we've incubated here in Alberta, in Canada, and really taken that model across the globe. So we have 11 factories across the globe, 5 in Calgary, sorry, 5 in Canada. So very happy about that as well.
And yes, officially Ben went off script. Well done. And I'm Jaden Tate, President and CEO of Attainable Homes Calgary, a City of Calgary owned affordable home developer and operator. So in a way, I am a public servant. If you're going to think about a rebranding for ATCO, given what we do now, you could reference Attainable Homes Calgary as Automatic Homes Calgary.
There we go.
That's something we've been toying with, the idea of automation, mass production, industrialization, making this happen in a way that we haven't been able to heretofore. We are thrilled to close out the session today with a big dose of continued optimism. We've spent the day, yes, very optimistic today. Been really, really happy about how positive this has been. We've spent the day hearing about the many challenges facing modular construction, permitting process grind, financing gaps, regulatory inconsistencies, and more. These are real issues and they deserve serious attention. But we're going to focus on a couple of things that are a little different than that: built positive outcomes.
So we're here to tell you that modular construction is not a new age concept or a fad. It's a proven solution. So a solution that we at ATCO have been honing since 1947. And we're very elated to finally see that modular construction is being recognized as a legitimate build form in Canada. And I think it was Fred here a while ago from PwC that said, 6 years ago, he just told people to be patient. Well, we've been patient since 1947, so we're very much happy to be here today. And what we'll be discussing today is really walking you through 2 real-world projects that are currently undergoing construction right now, one in Calgary, one here in Toronto. And Jaden will also give you a preview of what he's working on next.
Yep. So our first success story comes from downtown Calgary, where Attainable Homes Calgary and ATCO partnered to deliver an 84-unit affordable rental apartment, as you saw on the previous slide. The 6-story building was fully modular factory built, comprised 56 units, wood frame modules assembled on site, targeted at modest income working Calgarians. Here are the 3 keys to success. Number 1, land and approvals. Built on a small inner city site under 11,000 square feet, so a quarter of an acre. This is a tight site. Land use redesignation or rezoning was achieved in 5 months, about as quickly as it can be done given how that process works. We relentlessly reference specific actions in the City of Calgary's September 23 approved housing strategy, which calls for all housing uses to be permitted or as of right. This means, should development applications conform to land use bylaw rules, sorry to get nerdy, they must be approved with permits issued as per provincial law in the Municipal Government Act. The automatic yes residential use at this site was codified through a site-specific direct control district with clear permitted use rules. Then, with this level of zoning certainty obtained, the DP was approved and issued in 3 months from application. We will go from a zoning application on May 22nd last year to occupancy in December 19th of this year, 19 months. Yes, we can do it. Application for zoning, Full public hearing, approval by council, unanimous approval in a 4-minute public hearing, DP, BP, DSSP, construction, move-in, occupancy, 19 months. We could do it everywhere in this country. As of right approvals is the key to unlocking mass production of affordable housing and is the only way AHC could ever solidify our spot on your production line. Ironically, all we are doing is ensuring we get the same rights to build that are already enjoyed by every single family housing builder across Canada. Equal rights to build multifamily would be a huge start and is a necessary start in solving the massive affordable housing supply shortfall in our country. Okay, number 2, the financing model. The capital stack combines public and private sources of financing supports. City of Calgary provided a grant equivalent to 25% of project costs, big deal. The remainder was financed via construction loan with ATB, Alberta Treasury Branch, financial, underwritten through a CMHC's MLI Select. So the top project there, that's an MLI Select deal. All-in project costs are 21.5 mil. All in, land, hard, soft, financing, everything. 256K a door. There's no parkade, that helps. Thirdly, cost and efficiency. Lean manufacturing principles avoided cost overruns. Upfront design integration with ATCO meant no late surprises. Overall cost per square foot is about $370 a foot, including soft costs. Rents will be below $1,050 a month for all units. That's affordable for people that we target earning around $42,000 a year, meaning they don't spend more than about 30% of their income on the shelter. Good job.
So the story here extends beyond the manufacturing process. This is really a textbook approach to leverage the strengths of the modular manufacturer into the overall delivery of the project. And what I mean by this is that Jayden, from the outset, sought to integrate us into the program in a true progressive design build format. Now that can't be underscored enough, and I think we've had a lot of people here today say the same thing. We all understand the virtues of modular construction, but what is less recognized is the significance of moving away from a conventional project delivery model for what is or what has been a non-conventional build method. Owners simply cannot harness the true value of this build form without early engagement and collaboration, which is not always obvious under a typical design build model. So an example of how this works in practice, Jayden provides his vision of the project with us as the builder, and we in turn develop internally the design and the solution based on parameters that fit our manufacturing model. We then create the conditions for the consultant team to refine further. In essence, the consultant team works within our model and not the other way around. Yep. Often we have seen that when this is led in a conventional owner-consultant manner, it can introduce redesign efforts downstream which are very costly, timely, and sometimes very prohibitive to pivot away from. You're still going. So I'm still going. So we're going to shift now from the west to the east. So not too far from here, we have a project that we are delivering in York. And what this is a 175 Cummer Avenue project that we're building for the city of Toronto, which will be operated by Wood Green here. So that should be operational in the spring of 2026. And what I will offer as part of this project, and similarly with the one for Jayden, is that we at ATCO, we offer also not only the manufacturing scope of the project, which is a lot that we're talking about here today, but also the general construction services that come with managing a project. Now, we've done this in British Columbia, we've done this in Alberta, we're also doing it here in Ontario. And we lean on a very lengthy experience as a full service contractor in the industrial sector to be able to deliver the added service to our clients. This has been the case on the Cummer Avenue project. And the one important highlight, this is important to highlight for a few reasons. One is that being the general contractor on the project gives the owner one point of control for the project, a direct line of accountability with an entity responsible not only for the manufacturing portion, but also the site portion, which equally represent about 50% of your project value. So the question to ask yourself as an owner is, how do you get comfortable with a subcontractor that represents 50% of your project if they're not at the table with you every step of the way? And we would submit that you want us, you want them at the table with you every step of the way. Now, there are many instances where the owner contracts with a general contractor who will in turn contract with the manufacturer. This happens very frequently. In these instances, there is an inherent risk with multiple layers involved, and the heightened requirement for clear scope alignment between the parties is ultra critical, so disputes and change orders can be avoided. Second is payment terms, which we've heard a lot about the financing aspect of that today, can generally be more favorable for the owner when a manufacturer is heading the entire program delivery. Typically under a supply-only model, the manufacturers will require payment in full before the units are delivered to site. With the manufacturer as a general contractor, payments can somewhat be more flexible. And from what we heard here today, it sounds like BCH will solve some of that for the industry, so great. An example of one of the nuances to consider on a supply-only model is the warranty period. Things go sideways sometimes, whereby the manufacturer can take the position that it commences when the units are completed ex-factory, and this is a very important distinction. As the manufacturer, in essence, does not have care, custody, or control of the building once it leaves the factory. The opposite, therefore, is when the manufacturer, as the general contractor, has full accountability over the project. They have no issue extending what is a typical standard warranty from the substantial completion date of the project. Third, generally speaking, the risk in a project are very much more elevated on the site delivery component versus the manufacturing component. So being involved from cradle to grave on the project, we can easily balance that risk holistically over the entire project, which again converts to added value to the client.
All right, let's go to the next slide there, if you don't mind, Ben. All right, here is the proof of replicability and our next project on the horizon, a AHC and ATCO Jam. Teresa alluded to this earlier and the timing related to approval of a project like this. Attainable Homes Calgary submitted a development permit application for this 198 unit affordable apartment building in the heart of the Kensington neighborhood. Yes, we have a Kensington too in Calgary. Basically, center ice urban Calgary. We submitted this application about 4 weeks ago. We are already through first comments and are proving conformity to the land use bylaw. We should have approval in 3 weeks. It's a couple of months as per MGA, which is quite something. The city is providing land, rolling it in at zero cost. Massive when you talk about the burden of financing projects like this. Projected rents are about $1,200 for a one bed and about $1,400 for 2 beds. The project is engineered to meet NECB Tier 2 energy performance with about a 25.6% energy savings. With CMLC ACLP, which we're trying for here, as a modular carve-out, we heard of that $500 million modular carve-out within ACLP, or a new Build Canada Homes equivalent, if anyone's listening, whatever that looks like, we can start production with that certainty of approvals and an idea of line of sight on financing in May of 2026. We will be on the line in ATCO building this next May. By the time we're built, the site, shipped, stacked, etc., we could have occupancy of this site as early as December next year, just like we showed in our downtown project. A lot of things need to happen, but this is what we're on target to do. We can build up to 2 modules a day, about 250 working days a year. So our plan at AHC is to get to a perpetual production stream of 500 unique individual units in the modules per year. We then use our knowledge of process and support, very key. Support from the elected and administrative leaders, like Teresa talked about, to get the land, the permits, and the sites ready for the delivery of those modules.
We're here today. We've also all heard and read the headlines as to the known knowns of modular construction and the tremendous gains that can be made here in Canada by leveraging this form of construction into our build vernacular. But what is less obvious and not widely spoken about, and key to consider as a takeaway if you're contemplating a modular construction project, are we've heard it here today a few times, early engagement with your manufacturer so you can really play to their strengths and unlock the true potential of the modular build form. Not every modular builder is built equal, so it's very important to make sure that you're not going too far down the path, and again, very difficult to pivot if you have to work within a certain framework. Second is buck the convention of the design build and opt for a more collaborative, progressive design build format or something similar. Thirdly is decide on whether you want the manufacturer to simply supply you with a kit of parts, which we're all happy to do, for someone else to install on site, or if you want them to carry full accountability over the entire project lifecycle of the project execution.
So, quick aside here, this is a collage of images related to the product that we just built and have shipped to site. That is a picture of one of the finished 84 studio units. Your specification is only limited by your budget, your imagination, and the size of your lanes to get the module shipped to site. Keep that in mind. We had a budget in mind, that drove the spec. We are very proud of the finishing in these projects. They're all the exact same, 365 square foot studios, rented in downtown Calgary, sub $1,100 a month. Pretty good. And then you can see the final module being stacked onto site in the bottom right picture. And again, 18-month build. All right, here we are, the concluding part of the presentation. And Ben, we're only 4.5 minutes over. That's not bad. Okay. Let us all never forget what we do here. This is always about people. We spent a lot of time today talking about modular challenges, prefabrication, bonding, all the stuff. This is about people. It's about housing people. That drives us in everything we do at Attainable Homes Calgary. Every day, driven to house people. We recently housed a gentleman who manages a McDonald's. This guy works harder than any of us in this room. Harder than any of us in this room doing what he does. Here we are in Toronto, having a great time in this unbelievable facility. And this guy's making close to minimum wage, schlepping burgers, working hard. We gave him a housing option just down the street from where he works. He can walk to work, and he makes probably $40,000, $45,000 a year. That's why we do this. He can't get a credit card, but because he had a job, we gave him a place to live. Never lose focus on the fact we're housing people, and that's the driver for these conversations and overcoming these challenges to get this housing built. So, the successes of the Calgary-Toronto projects prove that modular construction is not only feasible, it excels when applied under the right conditions. By tackling land, money, and approvals up front and leveraging offsite manufacturing, these teams delivered homes in record time. Modular construction techniques can produce high-quality, sustainable buildings that meet community needs while being affordable in perpetuity. After a day of hearing why it's complicated to build modular, we end by asserting it can be done, it was done, and we will do more by decomplicating the layers of risk that make this hard to do. It need not be this hard. Modular construction works, and now we have the Canadian proof points to back them up. So let's take these success stories and replicate them nationwide, making modular construction a key part of the solution to Canada's housing challenges. The factories are ready, the designs are ready, and with your leadership and our continued working on this together, the land, permits, and financing deals will be ready. Let's deliver on our collective goal and my personal dream of a dignified place every Canadian can call home. Thanks. Good job. Shout out to Alex Kwong, artist in Calgary, who got this painted on the side of our building in 2 days before it got too cold. That's pretty good. Yeah, really good job. Do we get hats?
Do you mind sitting down?
Yes. I like hats.
What do you think? Should we give them hats? What do you think? I've got your hats, but just before your hats, I have to say that that was a fantastic wrap-up. I was going to say a few things, but you've kind of taken the words out of my mouth. So thank you, Jayden. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Benoit. I love it that we ended with a company that has been in business for 75 years and has adapted its model and is so at the forefront of delivering at scale. Great to hear about the precast, because we wanted to talk about the breadth of what we're talking about when we talk about both modular, and I keep inserting the words factory-built housing. You've heard about the Off-Site Alliance. Yep. They're all different ways. We're trying to find the language, I think, still to talk about what it is when we talk about modular. But what we're really talking about is anything that is built in a factory and delivered and assembled on site. And I think we've heard about a bunch of different examples today, and we've layered in at the beginning of the day this incredibly big new aspiration of the federal government, $13 billion through Build Canada Homes to finance and deliver exactly what Jayden and Ben and Mike have been talking about here today in a fundamentally different way. Because we have all of the pieces, and now what we just need, doesn't have to be complicated, we need the thread to weave through all of these elements: land, the financing, the regulatory framework. And where are we at the end of the day? At the end of the day, I was going to tell a story as well about a new resident moving into a home. I love the example of the resident who works full-time in McDonald's and now has a stable home just steps away from where he works every day. I talked a little bit about our Habitat from Humanity story last week of meeting these residents as they came into their homes. At the end of the day, this is about homes for Canadians, the dignity of having stable housing, the dignity of having high-quality housing. But at a national scale, it's actually about shifting from being a country where no matter where you live, there's a tremendous amount of insecurity when it comes to housing. People with mortgages feel insecure. People paying rent feel insecure. The opportunity for us is to embrace a new way of delivering homes that takes away that insecurity. And all of us in this room today have the phenomenal privilege of being a part of the solution. We are all a part of a fundamental shift in our country. And in some ways, we couldn't be luckier that for the first time in my lifetime, we're thinking about this as a nation. We're thinking about this as nation building and providing access to homes as nation building. So I want to end by thanking all of our sponsors who made today possible. CMHC, the team at CMHC that works on the factory-built housing, that works on the Solutions Labs, and in particular the Factory-Built Housing Solutions Lab. PWIC, LiUNA, Finnegan Marshall, First National, ATCO, of course, CPCI. I also want to thank my team, who many of you have had the opportunity of meeting throughout this process. In particular, a huge shout out to Danby Lee and Shauna Ray, wherever they are in the building. None of this would have happened without Shauna and Danby, who, if you knew how much of the load they shouldered, you would pick them up and parade them around the room. Thank you both so much. And the rest of my team at Collective Marquee, Rui, could you wave your hand? He's the head of pre-construction at Collective Marquee, but there's many others who've been in and out of the room today. They've all been a part in some way, both in delivering the projects that we're working so hard to deliver, and really we do so much running on passion as our fuel. So I'm just so grateful and so proud of the team that I have. And then to our colleagues at the City of Toronto. I see Dennis Braun is still in the room here today. Dennis does a tremendous amount of the heavy lifting in shifting to a fundamentally new model. We're very grateful for our partners at every level of government. And I will say, we're about to move into our reception. Some people started the imbibing a little early. That's okay, we forgive them, we get the temptation. But I will say, A big part of today has been about building relationships and making connections. And I hope that all of you have had the opportunity to meet one another, and that over the course of the next hour you'll continue to do so, because we're all a part of a tipping point. The reason we wanted a memento from today is because we're hoping that next year and the year after and 5 years from now you'll say, holy smokes, remember that day when we all got in the room together and said, we're going to do this differently? That you'll remember today as a stake in the sand. You'll remember today as the day when we all got together and we had the conversations and we met new people and we renewed our sense of mission and passion for doing housing differently, for building housing differently, and for being part, really, of a very, very big Canadian dream. That's happening in this room today, and thank you, every single one of you, for being here and being a part of it. Now, let's go have a glass of wine.